about the Old Testament law.
All right. Hey, BS Lewis. What's up, man? How are you? How am I sounding? Can you let me know? Yeah, it is a little bit cooler. I literally just went out maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago and I got a fan. I finally went into the modern world, the 21st century, and bought myself a tower fan on clearance. So it is much cooler in here now. I want to do this. I want to do this as an open room. Anybody that wants to join in. Hey, Kip. How do we do that? Let's see. Kind of a test stream for me as well. I'm trying out some new things. I like the open room concept where you could just kind of join on in. But anywho, what I really wanted to do was clear out my watch later playlist. I'm trying to go through the playlist and gather some videos that I want to cover, and none of them are really striking me like, oh, I have to do this one today. So I figured, why not just do a live stream and just kind of go over a bunch of them, or maybe not go over every single one of them in detail, but anybody's welcome to join. Come on in as we go over some of these videos that have been sitting in my watch later playlist forever. Okay, what are we doing first? I want to do a short one first. A former Christian reveals his real problem with God. This is a daily dose of wisdom. Um, Crusty Bark. Yeah, I saw that. I haven't watched that video yet, BS Lewis, but I did see that thumbnail. That was pretty funny. Hey, Yaz, click the link. You're welcome to join on in if you want. Yeah, let's do former Christian reveals his real problem with God. I think it's gonna be I think this is gonna be Frank Turek, and my guess is that this is probably staged, but this former Christian is gonna say something to the effect of, God did something awful, so now he no longer believes.
Science and what I was
Just a guess.
learning in church, and I couldn't bring the two together. There was
Hey, am I
during that
not?
time.
Am I
I'm
not live?
agnostic.
We're always waiting for Nara. Knock knock. I hope I'm live. I sure hope I'm live, but I've been blabbing like I was live. Somebody let me know if I'm live. I hope I'm live. You are Nara now on my end at least. All right. Hopefully, as was just a little bit behind because I've been blabbing for like how long have we been live now? 4 minutes. I've been blabbing, so I hope I'm live. Hey, Gur Mania, am I live on your end? That's what these tests are for. Uh-oh. Hear you loud and clear. Okay, good. All right, perfect. Okay, so it might be my wonderful satellite internet. Yeah. I got to get you some gigabit internet, Azo. All right, so anybody's welcome to join. You can click the link. I'm not entirely sure how that works. I'm pretty sure it's self-explanatory, but if you want to join, come on in. We're gonna do this. Former Christian reveals his real problem with God. I forget what is the channel that this is. This isn't Frank Turek's channel. This is somebody Daily Dose of Wisdom. That's the name of it. He's doing it's his reaction to this video. So I'm curious what he has to say because I'm very unfamiliar with Daily Dose of Wisdom. But anything that comes from Frank Turek is usually pretty awful, so we'll cover it.
I grew up in a Christian family for 18 years. I went to college and studied neuroscience. And during that time, I became agnostic. And one of the things I did was I had so many conflicting ideas between what I was learning in science and what I was learning in church. And I couldn't bring the two together. There was just a lot of contradictions and things like that. And it actually tormented me more than brought me any comfort. And I know you mentioned that happiness isn't the ultimate thing, it's pleasing God and stuff, and I get that. But I ultimately went on a journey where I said, okay, I'm just going to objectively look at things and say, if any new information is presented to me that betters my understanding about the current world, and it is a better understanding than my current belief system, and I have nothing to disprove it, then I will go with the better understanding. And over 2 years of just not taking anything that was awesome, that must have been God, and just going, oh, that must have been coincidence, because that's most objectively a better answer. Random things happen, we know this. So going off that direction, I ultimately ended up just going, I don't think I can be Christian anymore. I don't believe in this anymore.
Okay, can you give me
Okay, so first off, we haven't gone over anything that is a real problem with God. He said he kind of lost his faith as he's having problems coupling science and religion is basically what he's getting at. Again, he hasn't gone over any real problem with God, but my goodness, did it take him a long time to get that out. He could have just walked up to the mic and be like, look, science and religion do not, how do you make these two compatible? I can't make these two compatible. He could have summed this up in one sentence. But again, what's the real problem he has with God?
an idea of why? What piece of
That sounds like a good reason. You have a problem with science and religion. What's the problem with God, though?
evidence has caused you to say, Christianity's false?
There's
Hey, YouTube Punk. Hey, thank you so much. Look at this. Look at this. Can you see that, YouTube Punk? That's thanks to you. I feel like I'm not a boomer, but sometimes I feel like a boomer when I don't know how to do basic functions like this little 5-second trick that YouTube Punk taught me. So I appreciate that. That's going to help me out a lot because, man, am I bad at rewinding and fast forwarding. And apparently pressing play.
There's a lot of stuff. It's like
Oh, see, look, it messed me up. Here we go.
False.
There's just a lot of
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff. It's like so for instance, I don't know, you mentioned Big Bang and stuff like that. Definitely think it's true. Kind of have photos.
Again, Big Bang could be true, it could be false, but also whether or not the Big Bang is true or false, God could still exist, regardless of the Big Bang. So I'm really not seeing what's the real problem. Okay, so what it sounds like is Frank Turek has set up a video and created this huge straw man where this Christian doesn't really give his real problem with God. And Frank Turek's going to just knock it down because the title of the video is inaccurate, and it's inaccurate for a reason. Because he's going to answer this question that is a different question than the video title, if that makes any sense. Did Nara finally learn how to rewind in 5-second intervals? And that, honestly, that helps out a lot.
Go look it up. But
Instead of trying to click somewhere on here, and yeah, it was a mess. But hopefully that'll help. As long as I can actually do it, I'll probably still do the old click thing until I get used to the 5-second. The 5-second rule.
I'm serious. But the thing with all that is you might say it's true. Another Christian might.
Wait, hold on. See, look at this. I'm already messing up.
I'm serious. Like, since I don't know, you mentioned Big Bang and stuff like that. Definitely think it's true. We kind of have photos. Go look it up. But
Okay, that sentence right there tells me that that this is 110% staged. He said, you know, there's Big Bang. We kind of have photos. You can go look it up. If anybody shows me a picture of the Big Bang, I mean, that'd be pretty fascinating. Um, I'm getting a feeling that this is 100% staged. This is not a real interaction.
I'm serious. Like, but the thing with all of that is you might say it's true. Another Christian might say it's not. Do you believe the Earth's 4.5 billion years old, or do you believe it's 5,000 years old? Because if you say it's 5,000, now I'm like,
Again, what is your real problem with God? The age of the Earth has almost nothing to do with God.
really skeptical of your opinion, and you understand why.
I'm absolutely convinced the universe.
Jim Majors is peeping in the corner. Yeah, Dark Matter. I watched quite a few of Dark Matter's animations, and they are really good. I think B.S. Lewis's are definitely funnier. Dude, that video, I hope it was you, B.S. Lewis. If I'm giving you credit for something you didn't do, I apologize. But I don't remember who the guy was. But you put the entire video, he was, for whatever reason, you put that his eyes were just like red, like he was crying. My goodness, I was laughing so hard that whole video. It was hilarious.
Is at least 58 years old.
Yeah,
Good
at
answer.
least.
Okay.
Great answer.
I think it's 14.5 billion.
Yeah, I
roughly
think the
around
better
that.
evidence.
Yeah, was it the filter? I don't know how any of that stuff works. I don't have. Yeah, I don't know, but I was dying because I think what was most funny about it is that it kind of didn't have anything to do with the video. It was just, yeah, Braxton. Yeah, that was it. That was it, Braxton. Yeah, that was it. He was just, for some reason, you made him like he was just crying the whole time. It I don't know. It just didn't seem like it had anything to do with the actual video itself, but you added that in, and it just made it. I mean, it was hilarious.
Is that it's 14.5 billion years old, but I don't know what that has to do with Christianity or causing you to doubt. Why would that?
Well, because you brought up
Okay,
a lot of
see, all right.
points.
I never thought I'd say this, but Frank Turek just responded to this guy perfectly. Whether it is 5,000 years old or 4.5 billion years old, what does that have to do with Christianity or God? That was actually a good response from Frank Turek. Surprising.
And I've seen other arguments though before that will argue for why the Earth is 5,000 years old or why the
Okay,
you know,
but
you know,
how old the Earth is has nothing really to do with whether or not Christianity is true, because
Yes.
you can interpret the text either.
Hey,
so
Preg.
do you believe every
Young or
story in the
old?
Bible is true then, like Noah's Ark and things like that? Like, do you
Sure.
believe everything in the Bible is true?
Thanks for stopping by. It's an open room. The link is somewhere. How do you pin a comment? I should probably put that. Maybe star it. No. Well, it's an open room, so anybody who wants to join in, please feel free to join in. Why is that guy in the corner? Because it's you're talking about the guy in the yellow box, BS. If you are, it's because it's his. This is actually this isn't a Frank. Obviously, this is a Frank Turk video, but this is literally. I thought it was going to be kind of his response or his reaction, but yes, you are right. He's literally just sitting there creepily watching. This is Daily Dose of Wisdom is the channel. And the guy in the yellow box, that's his channel. He posted this video. I figured he was going to be responding to it, and I would respond to his responses and also to whatever Frank Turk was saying, but he's literally just sitting there. I didn't know that he would just be sitting there kind of existing. Kind of seems like you're just stealing somebody else's content and not adding anything or changing anything. You're literally just kind of being weird. But yeah, it is creepy. He's just watching. Yeah, he's not saying anything. He's not reacting. He's not doing anything. It is a bit strange.
no matter what, all of it.
Yes, if it's properly interpreted, though.
So that's like where I would just disagree because I don't believe, like for instance, there's a lot of stories in the Bible that I've come to think of like, okay, this is a parable or a story or a life
Sure.
lesson, but it's not necessarily a true event and
Sure.
didn't actually happen.
Sure. Yeah,
Sure.
that's true. Yeah.
Sure.
You see, look, when it says Jesus is the door, I don't think he has a doorknob and hinges. You know, we have, there's all sorts of different literature in the Bible, and not all of it is to be interpreted literally, obviously. You know,
Really?
Yeah, you don't interpret poetry literally.
So not everything in the Bible is meant to be taken literally.
No, of course not.
Do you think everyone in this room would agree with you?
I would hope so.
I love that you hear this resounding yes
speaks-
from the audience, and the fact that he's asking that question in a way that feels like maybe a zinger tells me a lot about.
Oh man, why'd you get rid of Frank Turk? Okay, so he does speak. We're 3 minutes in. Wow, that seemed like so much longer than 3 minutes. All right, we're finally getting some commentary from this guy. I don't know. This guy could very well be an atheist. I'm really not sure. But Daily Dose of Wisdom, I don't know. I think he's going to be a Christian.
His upbringing in an unfortunate way
A door is a door is a door. Jesus is a door is a door.
where maybe he wasn't exposed to the fact that there are different genres of literature deployed within the 66 books of the Bible. I hope he can at least see maybe his original understanding of Christianity. What was the problem? Meaning the understanding was the problem, not Christianity.
Yeah, see, I don't buy that because a lot of people will take Genesis as not literal. They take Noah's flood as not literal. So how do you objectively tell which parts of the Bible are to be taken literal and to be taken as metaphor, as poetry, as all these different things? How do you tell? Yeah, he's definitely a Christian. 3 minutes is all I need. Yeah, how do you tell? Like, how do you know which parts? How are you supposed to know which parts are to be taken literal, which parts are metaphor? Because like I said, a lot of people think of like the flood as metaphor, symbolic. So how do you differentiate between the two?
Itself. With that being said, let's go ahead and dive back in.
I mean,
I would
when
hope so too.
when it says Jesus is the door, right? You don't think he has hinges. When Jesus says, "I am the
Yeah.
shepherd, and you are the sheep," he's not talking about the fact that we're literally shepherds and sheep.
So you don't
Cherry
think that
picking.
a story like Noah's Ark is just like a folk tale?
Okay, so we are getting into that. Yeah, we are so he is bringing up this. So yeah, I'm very curious what Frank Turek's view on the flood is. Does he take it as literal?
Passed through oral tradition throughout time.
Well, just about every culture has a flood story.
Exactly.
Okay, why?
It's like a very time-telling thing. Like it's a creation story. Like
Maybe because
creation
there
story.
was a
Every
great
culture
flood.
has a creation story.
Okay,
that's
there we go. Frank Turk, he takes the flood story as literal. But that just goes to show you how silly this all is, because a lot of Christians don't take the flood story as literal.
Ability, right?
It's a
Well, look, you don't
possibility.
have to believe in Noah's Ark to be a Christian.
Correct. I
Your friendly reminder. Dang. Hey, he's giving me my friendly reminder that if you're not subbed, please do sub. I appreciate it.
gotta believe in this guy named Jesus Christ and rising from the dead.
Yeah.
Which then, like going back to my science thing, is I don't believe that's possible unless I
Whoa,
believe
whoa, whoa,
he's
whoa,
God,
whoa, whoa.
right?
No,
But
hold-
then, like,
hold on. Why is it not possible that Jesus could rise from the dead?
because it's not ever been proven.
By what? How would you prove that?
Oh, this is so boring. Goodness gracious. This is so boring. Well, how do you prove that? Well, how do you know that? Well, is it possible that Jesus rose from the dead? As of now, no, it's not. You have to demonstrate possibility. You can't just say it is possible just because you can't say anything. Yeah, a burden shift. Yeah, they're exactly right, YouTube punk. You can't just what I feel like Frank Turk is going to do is be like, well, prove that it's impossible. Well, you don't have to prove impossibility. You have to demonstrate possibility. Hey, Preg, it's funny that you say that because in my comment section, I've been going back and forth with this guy. And yeah, I brought this up. There's so like, what did I say? We're talking about interpretations of the Bible. He's basically saying that my interpretation is so wildly incorrect. And I said, when Christians can come to a correct interpretation, then get back to me. Don't say comment section. Yeah, I like the comment section. Comment section is wild sometimes. It's fun.
Example of it ever happening.
If I could give you one other example, what would be the import of Jesus' resurrection? I mean, if people were popping up from the
It's a
dead
good
all over
question.
the place,
But it doesn't make me believe it anymore.
well, nothing makes you believe anything. You got to make your own choices.
Exactly. So
Right.
I'm just saying like that. I ended up going more to science.
Were you
ended up being
there?
More agnostic. I don't deny that a possible higher being could have ever created everything. I don't know. I don't know what caused the Big Bang.
But if Christianity were true, would you become a Christian?
Yeah, but I don't think you could ever prove it to me. Like I don't think this talk proved it to me.
What do you mean by prove?
What do you mean by that?
Factual,
What do you mean by that?
Scientific evidence, definitive answers. 2 + 2 = 4.
See, I set a much lower bar for proof. I know a lot of atheists will say that they don't know what it would take to prove that a God exists, but I set a really low bar. What I would like, here's my bar for what it would take for me to believe that the Christian God exists. And I set it really low. At some evidence. Give me something. Just a little bit of anything. Because to date, I've seen absolutely nothing. I don't have a very high standard, and so far it is yet to be met.
Okay, but that's not the kind of proof that we have for historical events. 2 + 2 = 4. It's not a mathematical equation.
You can kind of make it a mathematical equation.
Like how? How could you prove George Washington by an equation?
Can't really do that, but for instance,
Okay, where you? Oh, yeah. Let me catch up on these comments. If they're devout and gilded the Holy Spirit, they should be coalescing around the true version of Christ. Yeah, I agree. YouTube punk, I agree. Yeah, trolling in the I pop on to cross-examine fairly often, and go a little and be a little silly in the comment section. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. No, B.S. Lewis, I would not read a book. I refuse to read any books. I've gone my entire life without reading a book, and I'm certainly not about to start now. Yeah, my bar is very low. You could easily step over my bar, and let me tell you, nothing's even come close. Just any type of evidence. I get in my comment section, I get asked that a lot. Like, well, what would it take for you to believe in a God? And my usual answer is something. Just present something, some form of evidence. And no, nobody's even come close.
since you can prove the Earth is roughly 4.5 billion years old through material carbon dating, things like that. You know it from like if you studied chemistry and you take
I'm gonna speed
atoms,
this up.
you
This
know
is
the
incredibly
decay of those
boring.
atoms, which is a nature of law.
So again, just really quick, he does not seem to be aware of the old Earth, young Earth debate within Christianity, for example.
It's going to be true 10 million years from now, just like it was 10
Okay,
million
but you see what you're
before.
doing? You're making a whole bunch of philosophical assumptions right there that you can't prove. You're assuming everything in the past is uniform, and you're assuming everything in the future will be uniform. No, I agree with you. It probably
Like the
will.
laws of nature, like gravity?
Yeah.
9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah, but
So you
why?
think that would change?
Well, it could change. I don't think it will, but it
How,
could.
how would it change, though? Unless
Well,
like an asteroid blew off a huge mass of the Earth. It's
well,
not going to change.
no, where do laws come from?
Yeah, YouTube. YouTube punk. Yeah. I would even set it lower than that. I mean, I don't give any. I don't have any requirements like you have proved. I can show you my card. I don't even have. I'm not even that. I'm not there. Just something. So far, there's literally nothing that I've been presented with. Oi, what's up, listen? Hey, Amber, what's up, man?
Laws come from proven evidence over time that
No, the laws themselves. Where do they come from? Where do the laws of nature?
Look at this. Hey,
laws come
Asho.
from
my screen is buffering, and I have gigabit internet, so don't feel too bad about your satellite internet. Sometimes it's just useless.
who have definitively done the same experiments with the scientific method and
No,
proven
no, no, I don't mean us discovering the laws of nature.
Right.
The laws themselves, the force of gravity, electromagnetism, the strong and weak nuclear forces. Why are they there, and why are they so persistent and consistent?
That might not be a valid question. Why are the laws of gravity there? There might not be an answer to that. There might not be a why, simply that they just are there.
Well, see, I'm saying that's the product of a mind. Laws come from lawgivers. And the reason why the laws of nature are so consistent and precise is because this
You can't compare the laws of nature to like judicial law. Like, come on, Frank.
universe was put together and fine-tuned and sustained by a mind. And that's why we can do science.
Hey, Ember, I'm going over my watch later playlist. I couldn't figure out which video that I wanted to do, and none of them seemed particularly interesting. So I figured I'll just do a live stream and go over a few of them and get them out. It's an open room if anybody wants to join. The link is somewhere in the comments, I hope. You're welcome to join.
We can't do science if the laws of nature changed every 10 minutes.
it's true.
So I'm saying to get behind
As-o.
all this, there's a mind behind the universe, and that's why science makes sense.
Do you think that it could make sense even without there being a mind behind the universe? Because I think
Going back to C.S. Lewis's quote that I had up here earlier, let me give
Hey, C.S. Lewis. I think that's Ember's favorite person.
you the way John Lennox put it, and then we'll move on to the next question.
Sorry.
John Lennox is a brilliant British, or actually Irish, mathematician and philosopher, teaches at Oxford.
Asshole, I would appreciate if you kept our private matters private. Thank you.
He's debated Richard Dawkins several times. And what he says to his colleagues who are atheists, he
Oh my
says,
goodness.
how do you do science? And they start talking about their apparatus, and he goes, no, I don't mean science out here, I mean science here. He said, they say with my mind, they start to say mind, and then they stop themselves and they say, you mean with my brain? Because they don't believe they have a mind, they're materialists. And he says, yes, tell me where your brain came from. And the atheistic scientist will say, well, my brain is the product of random forces that didn't have its end in mind. And Lennox will say, and you trust it? Why would you trust anything you think if your brain wasn't designed?
I don't trust everything I think.
How do you know you shouldn't trust certain things you think? Because you
man.
have a brain that was designed and you can discern what are accurate facts from falsehoods.
I mean, I don't know. I did a neuroscience degree. There's a lot of things we could go down with that, but I want to spare everyone's
All
time.
right, well, thank you.
But last thing,
Yeah.
and it's just simple yes or no, and then I'm going to move on. But I would challenge anyone, like, if you're a Christian, you really have much affirmation in your faith, would you be willing to take 2 years where you don't put yourself maybe in an echo chamber or confirmation
Don't tell them about the thong you wore for me. I'm still currently wearing it.
bias type scenarios where you're reaffirming your faith constantly, like if I going to church or saying that was by God?
Well, no, hold on.
No, I'm
There's,
serious, I'm
there's a
serious.
pastor who did that. He said he's going to be an atheist for a year. And now he's an atheist. Of course, if you shut everything out of Christianity, if Christianity's true and you shut out the Holy
Hey,
Spirit,
Nitty.
yeah, you're going to become very
Welcome
hardened.
in.
Your
It's
heart's
an
gonna get
open
hard.
room.
So why would you
Feel
ever
free to
recommend
join
something
on.
that
I'm
says,
just
"No, I agree
going
with you."
over I'm going over some of the more less interesting, I would say, videos in my save for later playlist. When I'm going through my day, if I see a video that might be interesting, I'll put it in my save for later and then I'll do a video on it. And nothing was striking me. Asshole. My goodness gracious. I'll call you later. God. Anywho, it's an open room, so feel free to join in. Nitty, I'm just going over random videos. I have no idea what's coming up next. This one is very boring. And there's just this creepy guy in the yellow box who has said all of like 4 words so far. Oh, what did I just do? Yeah, it should be about it.
Maybe in an echo chamber or confirmation bias type scenarios where you're reaffirming your faith constantly, like if I go
Atheist for a year. And now he's an atheist. Of course, if you shut everything out of Christianity, if Christianity's true and you shut out the Holy Spirit, yeah, you're going to become very hardened. Your heart's going to get hard. So why would you ever recommend somebody does that? Now, I agree with you
What if it was
that
the
we
truth?
ought to be
It's the same
open.
question then. If
We
it's
ought to
the
be
truth.
open to reading Not to starve ourselves from God, but we ought to be reading atheists. I read atheists. The problem is I find atheists don't read the stuff we do. That's why every time I debate an
What?
atheist, with the
What?
exception of my friend Jeffrey Lauder,
What
they
does
never
that
read
mean? What does that mean? I read atheists.
anything, and they just get up there and they
a
complain
strange
about how
thing to
God
say.
is running the universe. Well, that's not an argument against God.
So reading the Bible for 18 years and then taking 2 years to just do other things, like there wasn't any balance there that seemed more favorable towards Christianity?
I don't know if I thought, but let's talk
Yeah,
later,
yeah.
okay?
Yeah, sure,
Because we've got a long, hang out.
Yeah.
If you
I kind of did understand what he was saying at the end, so I'm going to go ahead and pick this one up. And I don't usually say this, but I'm going to say it here. I think that his example here at the end is just frankly silly because it suggests that Christians only read the Bible for 18 years and they don't read anything else, when that is obviously not the case. It sounds like he was
No.
raised in a
No, that's not what he was saying. He was saying Frank Turek exists. He was wrong. Frank Turek does not exist in an echo chamber. Frank Turek has been in debates with some pretty big names. Frank Turek just does not care about the information that he receives that disagrees with him, because the information that he agrees with pays his bills. So even if he truly does not believe anything he's saying, which I kind of get that feeling sometimes, he's still going to say it because he makes a lot of money doing this. Atheist whisper.
in a particular, I don't know, denomination or church that was not really constructed in a way that was helpful for his intellectual curiosity and his,
Yeah, Prag, I don't know. I don't necessarily know if he disregards it. I think he cannot, when he goes home, he very well may say, wow, I don't believe any of this nonsense, but it just doesn't matter. He's going to say what he's going to say. He cannot say anything else because he would lose all of his source of income, and he makes a lot of money doing this. Hitch destroyed Turek. Yeah. There's no doubt. And I was actually really surprised to see that Cross-Examined relatively recently put that debate on their channel. I would be so embarrassed if I was Frank Turek. I would be embarrassed, and that debate would never be mentioned anywhere near my channel.
growing mind. And I do think that that's a shame. I think there's a lesson to learn here as you see someone like Jordan and as you see his questions. And he basically developed this view that Christianity is unsophisticated and unintelligible compared to what he learned, as he went on later in life. And I think that really good. He was just
That is
exposed
true.
to an extremely shallow
Oh.
version of Christian ideas. But more than that, it doesn't
Hey,
sound
Amber.
like he ever actually
I just saw that you entered in. I don't know how long you've been waiting. I
Mwahaha.
apologize if it's been a while. All right. All right. Yeah, that's a pretty good setup. If anybody else wants to, let me ask you real quick, Amber. If if anybody else were to want to join, do I just add them to the stream and it would add in as normal?
Yeah,
Okay. Cool.
yeah.
Cool.
We just stack up a bunch of people along the side where we are now. There's actually theoretically there's a setting for auto ad, but I don't know where the hell they moved it to. So I had it set up as part of my gizmos that do cool stuff on streams, but it turned itself off and I can't find the damn on button again.
Yeah, I have to I still have to learn StreamYard. All right, this video I think has run its course. Let's see what else we got. Random videos from this watch later playlist. If anything looks good to you, let me know.
Hey, they're so
So-
tiny.
This Vlad Savchuk, I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name. Some of his video titles are so wild. Like this one, Beyonce, is Sasha Fierce a demon?
Oh,
of
he's
his
the guy
video
with the
title.
wonky eyeball, isn't he?
Yeah, and he does all, I mean, he does the witches and the he's wild. He is off the charts. But I mean, he literally gets hundreds of thousands of views with this nonsense. It's it's wild. He's truly
Oh.
wild.
We have another friend
Nitty.
hiding in back.
All right. Yeah, come on in.
It's a nitty.
Hey.
That's Nitty.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
glad that that's on.
It's stuck. I like it.
I'm adding my channel to this, so multi-stream, go.
Simulcast.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Apologetics Roadshow has some good stuff. How an unborn baby explains the Trinity.
I would love
Oh
to hear an
boy.
explanation of the
Let's
Trinity.
Oh,
let's do
David.
that. Because
What does he do now?
I can almost see the mother and the baby being like the father and the son, but I'm curious where they're going to bring in the Holy Spirit into this. Even though those are completely two separate, it's all going to be stupid. But all right, yeah, let's do it.
I was
Oh,
almost
hold on,
aborted.
guys. Nitty is live.
Yep.
I gotta go over and see.
Go over and like mine too. I'm just kidding. I don't care. You might
Yeah,
want to slow his-
absolutely.
David actually speaks at a respectable pace, so you might want to slow your playback speed on this one.
All right. Yeah. Apologetics Roadshow. Yeah, I don't think I've ever.
It's
I
not
don't
like
think I've heard
listening
anything.
to that one guy on Cross Examine. He's like, I can't remember his name at the moment, but he's like, when we're talking about God, we have to think properly.
All right,
So
I got it back to normal
infuriating.
pace.
Yeah.
All right, let's see how an unborn baby explains the Trinity, because I'm very confused by the Trinity. I still don't understand it, even remotely. Actually, Nitty, you were a former Christian of some variety.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
All right, how would you explain the Trinity?
Oh boy. Yeah, it's really actually pretty difficult because as soon as you start down a particular like method or set of descriptors, you can easily drift to something that another Christian will call heresy, right? So if you say that like the Holy Spirit is one person, three essences, that's like a baseline description I think that most Christians will throw out there without thinking too much further. It's like, oh yeah, okay, it's like three person, one essence. Okay, it's like, there's three people in a God pool and they're all swimming together. All right, whatever, fine. But then when you have to like break down, okay, why, like, what's the point of each one, or how does each one differ from one another, then you get into a whole bunch of problems, right? Because if you say like that they have distinct roles, then that's a heresy called like modalism, and like Christians just reject that. Like they're just like, no, because like every part of the Godhead could potentially have equal function, so you don't want like God to shift gears like a Dodge Viper, and he's like, I'm in Holy Spirit speed, like. So yeah, the water analogy. Yeah, I hear people. I wonder if Braxton Hunter tries to run the water analogy. There is a breakdown of that because it doesn't allow for like an incarnation, like what's that called? A hypostatic union, like, because water can join up with like a bunch of different things and have a bunch of different chemical combinations. So the analogy breaks down when you have to consider the idea of Christ, Jesus, the Son of God, having both like two simultaneous natures, God and man, when he became incarnate. So that member of the Trinity fails to apply to the water analogy. Congratulations. I had to word salad that, and I still haven't given anyone a coherent concept of what the fuck I just said.
Well, yeah, I mean
Correct. I'm
that's kind of
thoroughly
how it is,
confused.
though. Yeah, I mean,
I wish there were croutons in it for someone to latch on and have a good time, but no, that was just salad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think that is about as coherent of an answer as. I'm sorry. No. What else could you do?
People do the I'm a dad, but I'm someone's son, and I'm also like a web developer. So like you're one distinct entity, but you have different roles. But again, that like it's the same modalism problem with that analogy.
Oh, hey, we have Azcrack 69
Ooh.
joining us. I didn't know it could get worse than Asho, but here we are with
It might be
Azcrack.
B.S. Lewis. I don't
I'm
know.
Azzo's little
There it
brother.
is.
Yeah.
Azzo's corrupted little brother.
Look,
If you did,
if you don't
did
show
turn
up
out
as
to be
Krusty
Az,
Bark, you're not allowed.
if you did turn out to be Az, I was going to say you've been hanging out with BS way too much.
I think Az is a bad influence on me.
Az is a bad influence on everybody.
Oh man.
All right, let's get into the video.
My mom got pregnant with me when she was 15. My dad was 17 at the time, and he was
Very biblical. Very biblical.
a drug dealer.
Yep.
So having an abortion, getting rid of this old lump of cells, would have been a pretty convenient move for both of them. My mom got pregnant again a year or two after she had me, and she had an abortion then. So they took out one of my siblings. My mom and her sister
Yeah, YouTube. This guy gives me the creeps. This is I believe my first interaction with whoever this guy is, and
David Wood.
Oh,
David-
lucky you.
David Wood. That sounds familiar.
He hit his
But he
dad with a
literally-
hammer.
I mean, as soon as I press play, he's like, "My mom could have had an abortion." Like, Jesus Christ, dude, give me a little bit of an introduction. My
So
goodness.
he is actually sociopathic. So he has like no immediate access to having empathy for like what his mom went through and how like horrendous like the abortion experience can be or miscarriage experience can be for a human being. So it makes sense that he can
Okay.
so dryly say, "Took out one of my siblings," and on
It
to my
do-
next point.
Yeah, it does. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense, but it's like
Yeah,
maybe just a little bit of an introduction. But all right.
He's also
he's not
too
just an
legit to
idiot;
quit.
he's a sociopath. But anyway.
What was that, Azcrack?
Oh, I said he's also too legit to quit.
He's too legit to quit.
So
My
he's like
goodness.
inspiring philosophy's even more evil twin.
Yeah, and so I'm pretty sure at some point David had to like have extensive psychiatric treatment of some kind, but it's he doesn't openly disclose that because that's his business, right? It's but he
Yeah,
has very clearly stated that he has very little capacity for empathy.
Okay. Well, I mean, that does make sense.
combined got pregnant 5 times when they were in their teens. They had 3 abortions, and me and my cousin Brandy. 40% survival rate for the original 5. My mom had another
Wait.
abortion when
Yeah.
a teenager.
His mom was pregnant 5 times, 3 abortions, him and his cousin. His mom was pregnant with his cousin.
Fun.
I feel like there's a story there.
He might be from Alabama.
He might be-
Get
he's from
my
the South.
banjo. I've got words.
And also, his entire analogy doesn't make any, or not analogy, his entire story doesn't make sense, because is he saying that through all of his mother's pregnancies, all of his children had a 40% chance of survival because she has a 60% abortion rate? Is that what he was getting at?
I guess. Like,
There's an
That's
easy way to
strange.
fix that sort of thing, especially for teenagers, but I understand some versions of Christianity aren't allowed to use it.
Yeah.
well, and there's also so he did say that his mother was in like a relationship with a drug dealer, right? So the idea that she would have access to a like a primary care physician to even get a prescription for birth control at the time, because it wasn't over the counter per se when he would have been born.
I don't know.
Well, I guess
They
it
don't
would
have
depend on what
100%.
state you try to buy it into, I guess.
Yeah, well, I understand condoms don't have 100% success rate, but they've been around for hundreds of years. And if she
Well,
was hooking up that much that even with condoms she got pregnant 5 times while she was still a teenager, I
So-
mean,
I lived next to a house of so I lived in these like duplexes near Ohio State campus, and in the duplex next to me it had some interesting tenants. There were people coming and going all hours of the day and night, and in
Mhm, mhm.
particular there was you know, 1 or 2 females that would cycle in, cycle out, stay a couple days and leave. And in the industry, that's called a woman who is put up for use by your clients of other substances. So they're subject to the will of the person that's using them, not to. It's not their choice what kind of protection gets used.
Isn't
You're
that
welcome.
crazy? That is crazy.
Yeah.
That is
How
nuts.
great God is for all these things.
Yeah, and UC Love, welcome. I don't think I've seen you before. He has 2 children that are severely disabled, yet believes God is the greatest thing ever. Yeah.
He has 1 now. You see, his other child passed this year.
Oof. That's rough.
Yeah, it was really
That's
hard.
rough. Oh, you have an awful lot of information about this guy, Nitty.
I used to watch his channel,
Yeah.
not ironically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I understand. All right.
Another sibling gone. And then she had my 2 brothers. I'm glad my mom didn't abort me because I had some pretty dope stuff to do, as you're about to see in this very video. Now, the abortion debate usually centers around issues like when human personhood begins and what rights a woman has over what goes on in her own body. But as with most moral debates, I think about this in terms of imaging God and degrading the image of God. Let's read a quick passage from the opening
Oh my
chapter
goodness.
of the Bible, Genesis 1, verses 26 through 28. Then God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the heavens, and over the livestock, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps on the earth." So God created man in his own image. In the image of God he created him, male and female he created them. And God blessed them. And God said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the heavens, and over every living thing that moves on the earth." Now, in my video, Norm Macdonald, The Image of God, we discussed what it means to be created in the image of God.
Asshole.
So, well, that's how the Apostle Paul describes himself when he converts to Christianity. Anyway, I'll tell you about that later. So this account of the creation of mankind, and then it's what's the preceding account of the creation of man and how God interacts with this new creation. Now that I understand better the documentary hypothesis and how it's not a completely ad hoc reason to discredit the Old Testament, it makes a lot more sense to me that this first account of man's creation is and was its own story. And then the second account of basically like energized mud people with no mention of a particular creation of God's image. Yeah. Is a different kind of thing. And also it misses, like, the first account lacks the wordplay of what's going on with the creating of Adam, which literally just means like earth or dust or whatever. And so God's playing with the dust and he makes dust guy, like, but this is missing that, and is a more general creation type of narrative, which fits decently with the first 6 days or first 5 days of creation, where it's just kind of general, not deep in detail, how God does each process. He says a thing and then poof, it's a thing. And it's kind of like that with man. He's like, okay, I'm going to make this thing. Here we go. Poof, I made the man's. Like, done, right? It's not as convoluted as of a process. Anyway, like, okay, the image of God thing. You know, I always struggled with that because Christians have this double speak about themselves, where there's this like precious, eternal, qualitative essence to yourself, right? But at the same time, you supposedly have this terrible, deplorable, despicable, you know, irredeemable set of qualities about yourself now.
Mhm.
That how do you distinguish one from the other? Like,
I
sure,
think
you could
they're
say,
both the same.
well, but you could say like, well, whatever matches with what's in the Bible, those are part of the God image parts. Okay, so like, why don't I desire to own slaves? Why do I think thought crime is a terrible idea? Why do I think killing people for failing to practice a particular religious ceremony is terrible? Like,
Yeah, why
is
shouldn't
that-
I establish a theocratic authoritarian rule? You know?
Yeah,
Yeah, well, it's because you all are reprobate. See,
yeah.
the image of
But-
God
Reprobate
is the
minds.
desire to do those terrible things, just like God does.
Yeah, but if anyone else does them, right? If like, Pol Pot was at this game, we'd be like, oh my goodness, his sin is making people liable for thought crime, and they're not worshiping the statue of Pol Pot, and he's killing them for it. I mean, this is disgusting.
Kim Jong Un is a very,
yeah?
very godly man.
Anyway,
I
go on.
wonder, does he worship his dead grandfather? You know, like he makes the rest of North Korea do?
Maybe it's like the Trinity, like he is his dead grandfather.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
He's supreme leader, grandfather, and the descendant. Hooray.
Goodness. All right. Well, hey, we're 2 minutes in, and I don't think he's mentioned the word Trinity one single time yet. So
He's getting there.
maybe he'll wrap it in.
The
I'm
Bible
sure he'll
never
get there.
gives a clear explanation of what the phrase image of God means, but when we examine the
Hey.
main
That's kind of what you were just talking about, Nitty. The Bible never gives a clear representation of what in the image of God means.
passage in Genesis 1, we see that it has something to do with three relationships: man's relationship with God, man's
Why are these? What's with the Norm Macdonald? Like, why is this zooming in right now on Norm Macdonald?
Because Norm Macdonald, it turns out, was the second coming.
Oh man, we missed it, huh?
Yep, we're too
relationship
late.
with other human beings, and man's relationship with nature. Human beings, both male and female, can image God in these relationships. In another video, Mark Zuckerberg, the image of God, we saw another important component of the doctrine drawn from the larger context of Genesis 1. The passage about man being created in God's image is immediately preceded by God creating the universe. God creates, God creates, God creates, God creates, God creates, God creates, and then God creates man in his image after his likeness.
Can I get a
One
pause?
possible implication of the passage in
So I don't remember any part in the Bible where God tells men to specifically build. Early on, I'm talking about, but there is parts where in extra biblical texts that fallen angels are actually the ones that instruct men how to make weapons and do a lot of stuff like that. So,
Oh,
I guess that would
mining and
be under the
metallurgy came from
category-
demons.
mhm.
Yes, I guess that would be under the category of having dominion over the earth. So that would, like, you could loosely interpret that as get raw materials, make the stuffs because you have the power.
On the other hand,
Loosely.
remember what happened the only time in the early stories, it may even be in Genesis itself, that humans actually tried to build a building.
Yeah, 10 and 11.
I hear that they're trying to rebuild that building.
The Tower Bubble.
I mean, boats are fine, but no towers.
No towers. God hates towers.
Context is that man is supposed to image God in creating, like when we make epic videos. But now we're going to look at another way human beings image God, namely in producing children. In Genesis chapter 5, we read, "This is the
So God can get pregnant? Is that what he's getting to?
book of the generations of Adam. When God created man, he made him in the likeness of God. Male and female he created them, and he blessed them and named them man when they were created. When Adam had lived 130 years, he fathered a son in his own likeness after
Hi,
his
Mayo.
image and named him Seth.
Oh.
God created man in
I think I
his
know where
likeness.
it's going. So he's saying that both male and female, obviously different morphologies, are both the image of God, the likeness of God. Once he adds in the fetus, then he'll be like, this version of humans has no sexual dimorphism yet. It's like the Holy Ghost. It's unformed. So there's your Trinity or something.
Okay.
So he skipped over the business of Cain and Abel, which is funny.
Yeah, details.
Well, oh wait,
Then
wait. Think about this. Think about this, guys. If you read Genesis 1, the end of Genesis 1, and then you read the start of chapter 5, wouldn't that be a cohesive narrative too? Like God created them male and female in the image and likeness of he created them. And then this is the book of the generations of Adam. So the first man, here are his descendants that matter, right? The Cain and Abel thing, like what the fuck is that doing in the middle? Like it's just completely arbitrary. It doesn't even need to be there.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that. It's controversial, but Daniel Quinn poses the idea that it's a later addition. That
Which one?
what happened
Cain and
was
Abel?
yeah, Cain and Abel. It's an
Mhm.
insert because the reason the story doesn't make much sense in terms of the Genesis narrative is because it wasn't originally a Semite story. It was a group of people that the Semites were in the process of conquering, and they started spreading propaganda to try to prevent the Semites from, killing them all and whatnot. And the Semites do what the Semites have always done: annexed the people they conquest's lore and incorporated it into their own, even if they didn't fully understand what it meant.
Wait, aren't there generations of Cain though in this? Well, let me check.
But
Where's that Genesis chapter 6? Yeah, it's okay. And then it's chapter 6. Hold on. Let me check. One more thing. Chapter 6. Oh, no mention of Cain there either. So yeah, it's almost like chapter 5. Here's everyone who matters. Oops, where'd Cain go?
Yeah, but it was as you know, the early proto-Semites were goat herd types and such. Or no, wait. Oh fuck, I've got it all confused. Never mind. It'll come to me later, probably.
Adam fathered a son in his own likeness after his image. I've seen a lot of people claim that when the Bible says Adam fathered a son in his own likeness, it means that Adam's offspring were no longer the image of God because of sin and the fall. So Adam and Eve were created in the image of God, but they sinned, so their children were no longer the image of God. But we can't agree with an interpretation that contradicts what other passages about the image of God say, and Genesis 9:6 and James 3:9 say that people long after sin and the fall are still created in the image and likeness of God. At most, you could say that since Adam fathers a son
Maya, I'm right there with you. Like what have no idea where if he's going. Yes. What is he talking about? I mean, am I
We
lost
the humans,
here?
we special.
Yeah, he's just making the babies are godly and he don't kill them.
I mean, yeah, sure. Is he going to? I want to know how a human baby can explain how an unborn, specifically how an unborn baby explains the Trinity. That's what I'm looking for, and I'm not getting it. I am not getting it.
Well, remember, abortions
In
are
his
important.
own
Oop.
likeness.
What's that, Ember?
Abortions are important. That's why he opened with abortions.
Yeah, he his very abrupt abortion opening. Yeah.
He
I don't know.
fathers a son who no longer images God properly, even though he's still the image of God. You could also say that since Adam's descendants are the image of God and the image of Adam, we're constantly confronted with a choice. The choice of whether to image God in our relationships with others or to image Adam in those relationships. When we image God, we somehow reflect the eternal nature of God. When we image Adam, we reflect a kind of selfishness that seeks to replace God with something else. But let's think about how human beings image God in producing children.
I don't
In
think this guy's
Genesis
ever read the Old
1:26,
Testament.
God says,
Like, honestly, like I look at Nara's user pick and I see that as a closer representation of the image of God, biblically speaking. So
Yeah, it's strange so far. If the video title was how is man created in the image of God, I think this video would be on the right track.
Well,
I have no idea how he's wrapping it into how this explains the Trinity.
I want to comment on something Stephanie says. Conveniently forgetting Eve. What a fucking shocker. Well, let's just try and steelman it, right? Like, it's much like in Romans chapter 5, it's deferring the fall not to specifically the actions of the woman, but of the man's deference of his leading role over the woman. Thus, it's Adam's fault. Adam is the reason that that man fell or whatever. So I actually don't mind David skipping over Eve, so that it does mean that women don't matter in a sense, but it does alleviate that historical church tradition that were the problem. And so to give Adam the responsibility for sin is a step better than saying the ladies are the root of man's sin. So there you go.
let us make man in our image after our likeness. Let us make man in our image after our likeness. When you first read this, you might think that God is talking to the angels or something, but man isn't created in the image of angels. This is the triune God. Man is created in the image of the triune God. Based on this verse, some have claimed that God is telling us that each human being is a kind of trinity composed of body, soul, and spirit. But
What's
there's
the difference
nothing in
between
this
a soul and
passage
a
about
spirit?
body, soul, and
We have
Body,
no
soul.
definition for soul. Now we just
Body,
throw in
mind.
spirit too.
Body, mind, soul, and spirit.
Also, like, if the creation is just of sexual dimorphic creatures, where's the third part? Like seriously, like, if it's going to be a direct one-to-one corollary, then is he just going to shove the baby in there? Like, oh yeah, baby makes it a third part, which I think is the road he's going to take. But like, at this initial creative state, like, is the third part God? But then that's not creating something in the likeness of the Trinity, because now you have an external creature or thing that isn't a part of the thing that you're making in your image, right? Which is still only two. Christian math is hard.
Christian math is hard. The body, the soul, and the spirit. That's the Trinity.
Can I take this second to exhort the YouTube Trinity here and remind everybody to like, comment, and subscribe to this channel? That'll be
Hey,
all.
thank you. Thank you. I always forget to do that. I always tell
Push
myself
the
at the beginning of
buttons.
your video, yeah, like, do the like, do the subscribe, and I never do it. I always forget.
So I found a Christian blog to try and make sense of this. That triune nature of people is that the spirit is the essence of us that wants to. Oh wait, hang on. Yeah, the essence of us that wants to relate to God. The soul is the essence of us that wants to relate to other intelligible agents, particularly humans. And the body is our interface for the rest of physical creation. The essence of us that feels the feels and makes the babies.
Okay,
There you go.
that makes complete and total
Now-
sense. Yeah.
But my problem there is that the soul and spirit are still equivalent, right? Because you can sin just as much with your soul as you can your spirit, which makes them indistinguishable if like by an active agent within yourself. So if I, let's say, sin by hating my brother or speaking ill of them or lying to them, like I'm doing that towards a person, but it's just as much a breaking of God's law, which that's happening in my spirit. So they're doing exactly the same thing. Like, where you can't delineate the two at that point when you have to tie interactions with humans to spiritual sin of some kind. That just makes them the same thing again.
What if your body is your physical component, your soul is your angelic component from the heavenly realm, whatever the fuck you want to consider that, and the spirit is it's just an animating force. It's not a distinct entity with its own mind. It's just the thing that connects the one to the other.
So it's like the USB cord.
Yes.
So, isn't this still all like a version of the Trinity heresies where you're partitioning out the different things?
Right. It would be
I
form
try
of
to be heretical
humanistic-
as much as possible.
Yeah, but this is modalism brought down to trying to describe it in human terms. Like now we're human modalists. Like you have this part that does this function, that part that does that function.
Because honestly, you can do this partitioning with anything. Like I could do it with a bike, I could do it with a tree, I could do it with whatever, and it's just word games.
Ooh, do it with a tree.
I can't advise that. You will get splinters.
That sounds like you're speaking from experience.
No
and
comment.
No, okay. All right. No comment.
Keep going. Roll the tape.
And spirit. There is, however, a unity and a diversity in this passage that has to do with human beings. Where's the unity? God creates man. Where's the diversity? Male and female. Watch what happens when we go back to Genesis 5. A son is generated within Eve's body. Eve, with some help from Adam, generates a son. Remember, Eve is the image and likeness of God. Eve, who is the image of God, generates a son who is the image of God.
There
And
you go,
thus
Maya
Eve
and
and her
Steph.
son image the eternal generation of God the Son.
What was that?
I was just saying, there you go, Steph and Maya. They're talking about you finally. Or he's talking about her.
Within the nature of the Trinity. Keep in mind, a human being generating another human being is very, very different from eternal generation. All of the ways we image God are finite, temporal reflections of the infinite, eternal God. But
But
I just
aren't
want to be
we
clear here.
supposed to-
I just are we all in agreement that he's not saying anything really? I mean
He's
that
just
seriously.
reiterating stuff.
Like he's not like he's literally
Yeah.
just saying words. None of this. Am I like legit? Am I
There's
missing
no
something?
evidence for it except what the Bible says. I mean, sure. What's funny though is that on the one hand, Christians will often say, "You have an eternal soul." There's like this, everlastingness to yourself, but they don't really think about how that works in reverse. Like, so what David just said there was that humans making a human creates something new, right? So philosophically, that makes you not eternal because you exist at time. You start existing at time t with conception, like what? Like tell me where in the uterine development do you become you or are imbued with soul stuff? Like you just can't,
Soul
right? You just
stuff.
have to. But then you're not actually eternal. You're finite with in regards to your past.
Yep. And
So there you go.
As to what you were just asking, Nar, it seems like he's trying to, he's saying outright, I'm painting this analogy to help you understand, but also my analogy is fundamentally flawed and you can't possibly understand from this analogy.
Yep.
Okay.
That was
All
pretty
right.
funny.
All right.
Eve generating a son does image the eternal generation of the divine Son. Look more closely at this passage and you'll see something else. Male and female were both named man. The Hebrew word for man here is Adam. So Adam is a generic name for humanity, similar to our word mankind. In fact, many translations translate man here as mankind. But there's also a specific person who's named Adam. The word Adam can refer to humanity in general, but it can also refer to a specific man. So Adam is Adam. Adam, the person, is Adam, the kind of thing human beings are. But Eve is Adam as well. Eve, the person, is Adam, the kind of thing human beings are. Seth is also Adam.
This is
Seth,
like fucking.
the person,
Right?
is Adam, the kind of
He's
thing.
making things so much clearer.
So, but what's hilarious is he's missing out on the whole, wordplay thing that's happening here, because the dust combines with the life. Eve means life. Let's say that loosely, right? So the dust, just like what God did, the dust gets merged with life, and then there's a new thing, right? And so when you're saying the mankind, the dust stuff, fathers a child, like it's making it one yeah, it's just you're missing out on all the fun.
Yeah, this is exactly why I named my dog Dog.
Which can refer to all dogs, but also your specific dog that is named dog.
Right. I named my
Yes.
cat Feline
Yes.
because it's such a descriptor of its uniqueness.
No, I really named him that because he's a bounty hunter. Sorry,
Ah.
that was bad.
thing human beings are. Adam, the person, is not Eve, the person. Eve, the person, is not Seth, the person. Seth, the person, is not Adam, the person.
But they are
But
all the
Adam
person.
is Adam, Eve
Okay,
is
I get
Adam,
it.
and Seth is Adam. Look
Is
familiar?
it just me,
it
or
should. It
does
looks
this fundamentally violate the laws of logic?
Wait.
I'm
Adam
getting the
is Eve?
laws of identity here.
Like, I didn't know Adam was trans. I'm sorry.
So where's Cain,
Well-
Cain and Abel? Like, are they Cain as well?
Oh, they don't even.
No,
make
they're
it.
Adam.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Ah,
They're
so hard.
They're Adam. So I think what he's saying here, you can't see my mouse. Oh yeah, you can. Okay. So Adam is not Eve because Adam, he's referring to Adam, the human Adam. But Adam is Adam because this Adam in the middle here means mankind.
Human things.
And
okay.
yeah, they're all, and this is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Wait,
Adam is not Seth.
if this translates, the two translate to each other, does that mean that the Father is God?
The father.
Because that would be a
And-
one-to-one
and-
translation.
And women are the son.
God, Son, Holy Spirit.
Oh,
And then you could
oh
say
dear.
Jesus has a God. It's his Father because Adam is Adam and God is God. Right?
Adam. Oh boy.
Yeah, this
Alright,
is
so let's-
very
yeah, okay,
problematic.
Let's go to the God one. So the Father would be the Father, meaning God, but it's referring to the individual of God, as in this Adam over here, right? And it's not the Son, but the Son is God, because this refers to humanity, as over in this analogy.
Well,
So
it would-
the Trinity is a species.
I have no idea.
I don't know what he's talking about because now he's going
Fine.
polytheistic, right?
So, my goodness. I think what he's trying to say is that it makes no sense. Let's just be clear about that. It makes no sense. But if we were going to steelman this, he's saying that as Adam refers to humanity over here, I don't know. I'm lost.
It's because he has
I tried.
two of the same name in the right one. But he
That's
doesn't have
exactly
two of
what I
the
was
same.
just thinking. But this is not. These
But
two are not the same.
If you tried to pull that with a Christian, they'll start having a conniption fit.
Yeah. I think.
It's illogical because it violates the laws of logic. We've got
yeah.
a non-contradiction violation. We've got an excluded middle violation. It's bad mojo. If I were to try to
Yes.
steelman this, instead of proposing it's a species, I'd say it's like a type, I guess. Like say for example, you tell your kid go in the house. Your kid could go in the front door. Your kid could go in the back door, or your kid could sneak in through the basement access. Any of those will get them in the house, but they're three distinct entrances.
Yeah, I'd say this is flagrant.
Yeah.
So
it's-
you're saying, like, do you mean that in the sense of like a philosophical type then? And then there's like a token distinction there?
Yeah, like a presentation.
That
a
discussion
side
hurts
house
my
thing.
head. That's all I'm going to say about it.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. I mean, in fairness, that's not a great steel man because it's still, if we push it far enough, it's going to run into the same modal trouble as the other stuff you proposed earlier. But that's the best I've got for you.
Yeah, I think
All
if
right,
we
moving
can
on.
set aside the laws of logic just for a moment, because he's literally saying it is what it isn't, and it's not what it is. Like Ascrack pointed out, if you just look at this diagram, where it breaks down is this Adam refers to Adam, a specific person. This Adam refers to Adam as in humanity. But this Father refers to Father as God, but this also refers to God. I think this is where his specific thing breaks down, because these two are the same in this
Very
one,
similar.
but they're not the same in this one.
While not making the center God a plural. While the center Adam is a plural.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it makes no sense.
Or to a conceptual diagram of the Trinity. To be clear, once again, the triune God is very, very different from human beings and from human relationships. The triune God and the relationships within the triune God are infinite and eternal. Human beings are finite, temporal images of the infinite, eternal divine nature. Persons of the Trinity share the same divine essence. Human persons function as separate beings. But a man and a woman producing a child, a man who's Adam, and a woman who's Adam, producing a child who's Adam, a man who's the image of God and a woman who's the image of God producing a child who's the image of God does reflect something about the eternal nature of God.
Yeah, it explains
So
why God
human
likes
beings
incest so
are
much.
created.
But
He
the other
quit-
problem I just saw was that the Holy Spirit was not created from the others. So that's another place where the
Oh,
analogy
the
breaks
Father
down.
had sex with Jesus and produced the Holy Ghost.
that makes sense. I love
That's
how
not heretical at all.
when this clipped away from his diagram, he had that clipboard and he like quickly put it down because even he could not say what he just said off the top of his head. He absolutely had to read that because wow, it was a lot of words. That made no
Well,
sense.
it was the word Adam a lot of times with a couple other words sprinkled in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
created in the image of God, and we image God in
Now, jeez.
a lot of different ways. We image God in our ever increasing dominion over the natural world. We image God in our relationships with other people. We image God in our love for the persons of the Trinity. We image God when we create things. We also image God when we produce children. When a woman who's the image of God becomes pregnant, another image of God is actualized within her. Before, there was only the potential to produce another image of God, the potential to image God by producing the image of God. But at conception, the image of God is actualized, meaning that unless something stops it, the offspring generated within her will
So women are
continue
Xerox
to develop the
machines.
capacity.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, so one thing I think many Christians don't appreciate about embryology is that if they argue that the human essence or being happens at conception, you have a real big problem when you start looking into how twins are produced. Because the twinning of embryonic development happens days, if not up to 2 weeks after conception. So then what happens? Does like God do like a Star Trek cloning operation and then like, oh, I better make these different, like, or at
Yeah,
least I got to make them the same. That they're human clone. Do they share the soul? Does God then say, oh shit, like I gotta make a copy here. Making copies. He's like, beep beep. Then there's another one.
Yeah. Would you say that that problem is compounded when you add in like triplets and quintuplets?
Oh, you know what? I didn't even think about that. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like octuplets.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
The Soul Factory is just working overtime to make very, very similar human essences, but yet
Distinctly
evil.
different.
What if we look at it the other way around? What if God is up there in heaven in his heavenly forge and he's painstakingly crafting a soul and it's perfect, it's beautiful, it's delicate, and then one of the asshole angels jump scares him and he drops it and it cracks, and sometimes it cracks in half and he's like, oh fuck, we have to make 2 now, or sometimes it shatters into 8.
Look, he dropped the Legos and he needs to make the best of it. You know, he just
Yep.
Yeah. Who is Nitty to question God like this? Who are
Look,
you to question God?
I'm
like
just
this?
asking
The
questions.
better question
Just-
is why is Nitty?
Why is Nitty? Full stop. Goodness.
To image God. In generating an offspring, the woman images God by producing someone who is the image of God. In generating an offspring, the woman and her child image the eternal generation of the Son. In sharing the same human nature with the man and their offspring while remaining distinct persons, the woman and the man and their offspring image the triune nature of their Creator, in whose
But
That
but
man.
it's
Yeah.
it's but the Holy Ghost is in the offspring position. Did he fuck up his own graph?
Maybe.
So God and the Holy Ghost have sex and produce Jesuses?
Ooh. Yeah. That would be like almost a form of what, adoptionism? They had a thing and then they elevated it to truly divine status in the Godhead.
Well, now, how would the virgin birth work out in this scenario? Because
Ruh-roh.
Oof. Yeah,
Right?
jeez. Yeah, well, maybe because he is God, so it kind of takes one of the aspects out of it.
Well, that's
Actually, I
where
think-
Christians just abandon laws of non-contradiction, and they just say, it's two essences, one thing again. The man essence and the God essence, just they got to smashing, and then there's a Jesus.
I like your
Half-breed.
picture, Ember. Your picture's pretty funny.
Yep, I had to get my Trinity out while we're discussing this.
Mm.
Oh, cool.
Whose image they were created. But the man and the woman also image our original parents. And so when the woman becomes pregnant, when the image of God is actualized within her, either the woman alone or the man and the woman together have a choice. The choice to either reflect the eternal divine nature or
What
Sopranos.
is
That's
he gonna
an
leave us on that
insightful-
cliffhanger?
There's
Mate,
like
the
30 more
dark
seconds.
screen. Anyway, so like, what about like,
Oh,
Oh,
what about like a
yeah.
miscarriage then? Like nobody
Very
has
clever.
a choice then, right?
Uh,
Like, the parents are totally choosing. Yeah, ugh, go baby, and then
I-
poof, baby dead.
I feel like this is putting so much pressure on the Christian women. It's like, hey, if you're gonna have an abortion, you're basically killing God. You know that, right?
yeah.
Yeah, and this is why
I mean, we killed
you know,
God
women
before.
who
It worked
weren't
out okay.
Christian have a
Nailed
real
it.
hard time
Yes.
becoming Christian because they have this horrendous fear that they're going to go to hell because they are being told now that they did this eternal crime that they weren't really aware, conscious of, yeah. And now, oh man, big trouble. Yeah. So he was on Pine Creek the other day, and yeah, he says that you just believe things. So if you can't understand it, you can just believe it.
Do you just believe?
That's fine.
Hold on, I gotta do this one more time.
the eternal divine nature or
Very clever, very clever.
So yeah,
this wasn't
let's,
even supposed to
let's
teach
do
us
another
about the
one.
Trinity at all. This was just
Let's do another one
some
before I stay
bullshit
up much later.
propaganda.
Well, there was a little bit, but it really didn't make sense.
Yeah,
big
it was a very
polygamy
poorly
or-
titled.
All right, I got to get
I-
some coffee. I'll be
video.
right back.
It's like polygamy meets polytheism.
All right, what else do we got from the watch later playlist? If
Oh,
you
Beyonce
see when that
demon
pops
things,
out.
that seems funny.
Vlad, yes, Vlad is off the walls with his videos. They are truly bizarre. Truly bizarre.
10 signs you have a demon. Oh my goodness.
That's another Vlad video. You missed the last one. Asho and I did that on the last live stream a few weeks back. We did some Vlad video, and it was, I mean, he's truly bizarre.
Oh, I figured out the cross-examined slow talker is Bobby Conway. There he is right there. And
Dr. Bobby Conway.
yeah.
I love his video channel. His channel name. Christianity Still Makes Sense with Dr. Bobby Conway, because it sounds like such a plead. Like, guys, I'm telling you, it really does. You just have to listen to me. It still makes sense. I promise.
It's like all those apologists that wear like Jesus is Lord hats, just so like you don't forget. Hey, Jesus is Lord. Okay, bro, whatever you say.
Quick
Oh yeah.
reminder.
So that they mocked my son's death. That's David Wood losing his child this year. due to the medical complications of their condition.
Yeah,
That one's
I
rough.
saw
I don't
the
want to watch that.
yeah no the video, the title is what I just threw it into the
Yeah.
watch later, because that sounds far fetched. For just, I mean, then again, it's the internet, so maybe they did mock his son's death.
So
because
for
the
a
internet
long
is the
time,
internet.
David Wood was a Christian. What's it? Like he was a Christian who is an anti-Muslim, like a Muslim counter-apologist. There we go.
Mhm.
And so he would regularly like receive death threat. Well, at least he said so. He'd receive like death threats or hateful comments and things like that. So I mean,
He ate
you know,
he ate a Quran once.
yeah. So like I could totally see like, you know,
Oh, is
Muslim
that what he's
hate
going-
watchers. Yeah, they could say
Okay.
this is a curse from Allah to kill your child.
Okay, I mean that would make total sense.
Yeah.
So
They're probably-
Apologetics Roadshow is what's his name?
David
Conway.
Wood.
David Wood.
Oh, it's him. Okay, never mind. He
Mhm.
changed his name.
Yeah, it used to be Acts 17 Apologetics.
Oh,
Right. Yeah. But then
Really?
Yeah, and Apologetics Roadshow has shifted completely away from Muslim counter apologetics.
well, he still shows up on a apostate prophet all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
Man, I am so far out of the loop of all these channels.
No, you just weren't in that bucket of the algorithm, dude. That's
Yeah.
that's
Mm.
probably most of it right there.
Well, I will say I have watched more of like you, Ember, B.S. Lewis than I have literally anybody. I don't use YouTube for this purpose. I listen to like true crime and interrogations and all types of different stuff. So I'm still
That's actually a good thing, because if you're gonna start doing these type of responses on streams, it'll be like fresh takes. You know.
yeah, and that's exactly what kind of prompted me to do it. Like I would hear some arguments mainly in my real life, and then goodness, who did I obviously who hasn't, or at least used to watch well, God, I can't even think of the channel. Matt Dillahunty.
Oh yeah, the atheist
his-
experience.
Yeah. And I would listen to that occasionally, and I thought to myself, like, I can do this, but I mean, I stopped. I said this before, and I'll say it again. I refuse to listen to Matt. Man, I think he's not a good person, in my opinion. At least, well, I shouldn't say he's not a good person. He's not. The way that he treats his guests that he brings on. I personally, I can care. I like, everybody likes to hear like the Christian smackdown, and he really sticks it to him and all that good stuff. But a few years back, I can't recall for the life of me what he said. But man, when he brings a guest on, I left a comment on the channel. I said the first time I went on somebody's stream as a guest, as a co-host, and they told me to shut up, that'd be the, like, I would never go back on their
Sure,
stream. Like,
yeah.
do not, like, the way he speaks to his co-hosts is what made me, I just there's other people that are doing exactly what he's doing, like everybody in this stream right now, who can control their you know,
Temper.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
I think there was one stream where I kind of lost my temper about something or someone in the comments, and but it's
No.
rare.
Losing your temper is fine. I can understand completely getting frustrated with.
Oh, you mean
with
mistreating
who-
a guest is the issue?
Yeah, like these are you brought them on to your show, and I mean I wish I could remember. I mean, he's done it many times. It's not like there's just this one incident, but I can't remember the one where I was like, I can't listen to this dude anymore. But yeah, his actual guest, like if you were trying to get a point across, Nitty, and I was just like, shut up, I'm talking now to you, like, oh my goodness, I would be fuming. Like, yeah, I mean, if he goes off on the people he's talking to, I could care less, but you got to treat your
All right,
community.
give me one of these. Sorry, give me one of these by the book videos.
By the book, man, that dude
Let's
is
shift
so
gears and relax.
awful.
How about? Oh, that's a long one. I'd say Dangers of Witch Talk, but it's 23 minutes.
So no.
That thumbnail
The
got
Witch
me.
Talk one, I did. If you watched it was like a 7-hour live stream I did with Asso. That's the Vlad one that we covered. The Dangers of Witch Talk. It is insane.
I think
He
I
just-
did pop in and out of that one.
Yeah, I think so. He just like everything is witchcraft. If it's a thing that people do, it's witchcraft.
It's tough to tell with
Um,
that guy because every video seems the same with him. It's kind of like it's always demons. It's always
It
witches.
is. It's
always,
demons. It's witches.
Yeah. So I don't know if
Um,
the 10 demons video is the same as the witch talk video. They kind of blur together.
Yeah. You want to do a by the book one? Maybe?
Yeah.
Let me
You
see.
mean the debate one or the stuns atheist with powerful
Well, there's. I think I've done the by the book ministries one.
Okay.
Because man, that dude is awful. Like he's really bad. Just straight up like pro killing LGBT.
Oh my
he's
God.
awful. Oh man, he is. Of course, he can't outright say it because it's YouTube, but he says it.
Jeez.
But you know what? Let's go to his
Gonna
channel.
have
Let's
to
see what
go
we can pull
rounds
up
with
from.
him.
Oh man, he's really bad.
He's throttling up on the map pile, eh?
Yeah. I mean, he'll say just little things like he did a video where I think it was Uganda maybe that just recently passed some law that would effectively give the death
Capital
penalty to.
punishment. Yeah.
And he was just like, this is my kind of country. These are my kind of, like, that's my kind of president. I wish we had a president that would, you know what I mean? Like, not outright saying it, but he's saying it.
Yeah.
He's saying it enough.
Ugh.
What about that Mel Gibson and Oprah one? I feel like we can attack both sides on that.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. Isn't Mel Gibson pretty anti-Semitic, or is he?
Yep.
Is he
Catholic.
Yeah.
So it's Catholic versus woo woo here because she's a big
Okay.
like.
All right. Yeah.
New age.
Yeah. This is way outside of my.
What's
comfort
going on,
zone
guys?
here.
I really want you to buckle your seatbelts, strap yourselves in, because this video we're going to be dealing with a very, very serious evil, a serious sin, something that is pervading the whole world, especially.
Catholicism.
So serious.
No, so this guy's name is, I don't know his last name, but he refers himself as Pastor Frederick. Whenever he says an evil that is taking over the world, he's talking about either gay or trans people. Almost guaranteed.
Okay.
Especially in Hollywood and the media,
I
they
have
are
gigabit
not
internet.
saying anything about it. In fact, they're trying to silence those who are speaking out against this. So let's watch this video together, and I'm gonna give you my thoughts on it.
So, we all know Oprah as an infinitely generous person and philanthropist, but according to actor Mel Gibson, this is nothing more than a shiny facade to cover all the controversies this woman is being involved in alongside her bosses, the controlling figures known as Hollywood elites.
You need a pretty good team of people around
So Hollywood elites is a dog whistle for Jews.
Yeah.
you to deal with that stuff, and you need a lot of energy.
Award-winning actor Mel Gibson has been in the show business since the dawn of times, and he certainly knows a thing or two about what's happening behind the closed doors.
Wow.
Apparently, he's now adamant to bring more
He's rocking that crazy tinfoil hat man look now.
Fun
awareness
fact though.
to the world about several horrible issues like trading individuals. Recently, Mel has been helping his friend and colleague Jim Caviezel release his movie called The Sound of Freedom, which covers the subject of rescuing individuals under 18 from the claws of rather dangerous people, and it seems like the entertainment industry doesn't rush to promote the movie. Now, Mel
pause.
is confident that some
There's a very big reason or reasons why the entertainment industry does not like Sound of Freedom. One of which is that most of the people involved in, let's say, we're gonna start with the charitable interpretation of rescuing these minors, had no sociological training, no medical training, no psychological training, probably not even kids of their own, and no anthropological training to go to these other countries. So right out the gate, you have a bunch of untrained assholes who think they know what's best for other people marching into a country and saying, hey, where's your child prostitutes? What? Like that's ethical?
We're
Like that's how you want to
Americans.
do this? Then then these guys, instead of like just being like, here's the force of the law in the European Union, we're breaking up this trade and we are taking these minors back and, you know, getting them homes and proper education and, you know, resources and whatnot. No, that's not what they did. They bargained for these children. You know what we call that? Trafficking. They trafficked
They
from the
bought the damn
traffickers.
children.
What the fuck? With no, and the entire movie's like, oh, we rescued these kids. To what? To where? What happens with them after that? We have no idea. So these real estate agents, yes, that's who some of them were, went to these other countries and did business deals to get children out of trafficking. Fuck that movie. You're welcome.
I have no opinion on the movie. I've obviously heard the name, but I know nothing about it. But from what you describe, I would say that if you were, I'm just going to take your word at face value. So you get a group of people that go into another country and essentially they bought out these children, is what you're saying, like with money.
Yeah. They
so
talked to the traffickers, were like, we want those.
So essentially, okay, so let's put this in another analogy. So let's just say you had a drug dealer and you want to stop him from dealing drugs. Essentially what you did is went and bought his drugs.
Yep.
So
and did who knows what with them afterwards.
Yeah. And yeah, well, I mean, I think the takeaway from this would be that all you did was give him funds to purchase and sell more drugs. I mean, that seems to be the case.
You did nothing to stop the systemic problem.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna have to watch this movie. Is it a movie or is it a documentary?
It's a movie. Well, it
Oh, boy.
pitches itself as a documentary, but
Some powerful figures entered the stage and they are trying to cover it for their darlings, including Oprah. And if people start actively seeking for more information, they will be horrified by what they're going to find.
So it's a search in that direction. And I think the search, you might never get to the end of it, but I think the very act of searching yields some kind of good fruit.
And as he states, the powerful and controlling figures intentionally want the details of this kind of trading not to be leaked because it may threaten the position of significant handlers like Oprah. Although she managed to...
Are they saying that Oprah is a child trafficker?
I think they're straight up saying it, not even implying. I hope Oprah sees this because she can lay down a pretty significant slander lawsuit. I don't know if that would take this guy off of YouTube, but it would certainly ruin his day.
Yeah.
oh, she actually did address this in 2020. I decided to use my fast Google fingers.
Super Googles.
It's a QAnon conspiracy, basically.
Of course.
All right. Goodness gracious.
to convince many people that her intentions are pure and her heart is pure gold, and she even tops all ratings of most generous celebs. And even has her self-titled Oprah Winfrey Charitable Foundation. Mel knows everything about the TV icon's dark side. It's been proven because of her ties to several disgusting personalities, and it's painful for the
I was just thinking,
Like
man,
Mel
you
Gibson.
get a car.
I wasn't gonna make that joke. I'm glad I didn't.
Oh, Az got it first. You get a car and you get a kid. Oh my goodness.
actor to wake up every day and know that such people are still walking free, and the industry keeps turning a blind eye to these crimes.
Man, I get up every day and I realize I'm not in control of this whole thing.
As Mel is saying, Oprah Winfrey's lifestyle
It's weird that they're saying that what they're implying is that the Hollywood elites, the movie industry is in charge of this mass trafficking scheme. Which of course all ties back to, I'm still going to say it, when you hear Hollywood elites, what they're talking about are Jews. It's a dog whistle. I mean, they said this, right, just now?
Disgusting personalities, and it's painful for the actor to wake up every day and know that such people are still walking free, and the industry keeps turning a blind
industry,
eye to these
yeah.
crimes.
Man, I get up every day and I realize I'm not in control of this whole thing.
As Mel is saying, Oprah Winfrey's lifestyle is just a shiny facade and she plays her role well, giving and giving and giving
Well,
and giving.
hold on
However,
now.
this is just
Mel hasn't actually said Oprah's name once so far in this video. They keep
This is
cutting
so-
to Mel, and then they're saying, and Mel says about Oprah, but
This
they're not
is-
letting Mel actually say it.
It's so heavily edited.
For
Yeah.
fuck's sake.
I'm still waiting for Mel Gibson's Santa Claus movie to come out, though.
He did a Santa Claus movie.
I'm just saying, it looks like he's preparing for a role.
He is definitely he's getting the beard.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
a mask she wears for society. And behind that mask, there's a cruel monster who committed countless crimes against the human nature. And that's why the elites want this side of Oprah to be hidden. In 2018, singer Seal slammed Oprah for knowing about Harvey Weinstein's predatory behavior towards young women for decades and doing nothing about it. However, Oprah felt too lazy to deny anything, and she bravely
Oprah felt too lazy to deny anything.
Is that a racist joke?
I was gonna say, is this one of those fucking AI videos where they have the AI
Yeah.
write the script and do the voice and then just throw stock footage on it and call it good?
I mean, yeah.
replied to the accusations of introducing young women to Weinstein. There wasn't anything illegal by me introducing very young women into Harvey Weinstein's home. Most were over 21. What they did was none of my business. This is just how it is in the industry if you want to get ahead. Although Oprah repeatedly stated that she's a survivor herself by covering for her longtime friend, she demonstrated a double standard in her own judgment. And who knows what else with woman is hiding behind her mask.
I always had my suspicions about Oprah. I made several videos on Oprah. Oprah, she despises Christians. She despises Jesus. She hates God.
She is a
Oprah
Christian,
is not.
you fucknut.
No.
She's like a new ager.
She's not the right kind of Christian.
Yeah, she's not. Just you can trust Pastor Frederick. If he says that she hates God, then she hates God.
That's
He's a
good to
very
know.
Yeah, no. Whatever Pastor Frederick says, you can trust him.
A good person. There's certain things you can't deny. You can't deny her associations with certain types of offenders. That's not a good look.
Imagine that stuff. That couldn't be the reason for why so-and-so was acting like, could it? And then you find out later on the track that you are exactly on track.
One such group of elites
Yes, you. I think you called it, Ember. This is just because Mel Gibson right there. Well, I'm not saying that he's unhinged, so he probably does agree with whatever this is, but he hasn't actually said anything. It's just random clips of Mel Gibson speaking.
Yeah.
But he never says anything specifically about what the video is. They just play clips of him. The AI generated voice says something, and then they play a clip to make it seem like he's agreeing with whatever the generation just said, but he's not actually using any of the words. It's very strange.
The Good Club. This is the creme de la creme of global elites. Names like Bill Gates, George Soros, Warren Buffett, Oprah Winfrey, David Rockefeller, and Ted Turner often grace the guest list. But also, lesser known but equally wealthy figures like Eli and Edith Broad also make appearances, making us wonder what really goes on behind closed doors. Now, one name that sticks out is Oprah Winfrey. We all know her as the billionaire show host and philanthropist with a name larger than life, right? Wrong. One of Oprah's most notorious moves was her decision to feature the self-proclaimed healer and criminal extraordinaire, John of God, on her show. Picture this, a Brazilian healer who claims to possess spiritual powers and uses them to purportedly heal people. Sounds like something out of a Hollywood movie, right? Well, in this case, reality turned out to be even stranger than fiction.
Right?
Okay, I got a quick fact check for you. I snoped that quote. This is just how it is for people, bringing young women to Harvey Weinstein's house. Yeah, absolutely fucking false. It's not even a misquote. It is purely made up.
Share the link if you can. I want to.
Yeah, it's in the screen
I
share.
love screen share. Oh boy.
Oh, fine. I'll just copy the link.
I might take it. Wait, hold on. So is it this? Hold on.
Yep, that one.
Okay. Hey, look at me, man. Oprah Winfrey brushed off. False.
Yeah, the Origin 2018 acceptance speech for the Golden Globes. But it triggered attempts to smear her character, totally baseless, and came in meme form. One such meme, her image was superimposed with an unattributed quote, supposedly from her, describing bringing young women to the home of Harvey Weinstein. Yeah, and there it is. There's the quote superimposed over her. So yeah, it's just 4chan. It was just completely fucking made up.
Oh my goodness. That's not shocking at all.
Oh,
But
by the way,
how-
Nara, I sent you some good resources on all the problems with Sound of Freedom in the private chat. So save
Okay,
those for
awesome.
later. Have fun.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you.
So
I'm
yeah,
gonna check that movie out.
it's good
It's-
that Pastor Cecil or whatever the fuck his
Pre-
name is.
Pastor Frederick.
Yeah.
yeah,
He's he's totally doing his fact checking and due diligence like a good fucking Christian.
No, he saw it on the internet, and I mean, to be honest, I think I'm probably going to take Pastor Frederick's word over Snopes.
That's fair.
Yeah, well, if
Seems
I mean,
legit.
yeah.
Because I mean, after all, we've got that whole what is it, the 6th commandment? Thou shalt not bear false witness. So he couldn't possibly be lying. He is a good Christian.
Right. That's exactly right.
John of God, as he came to be known, managed a healing facility in Brazil where vulnerable individuals sought solace and spiritual guidance. Little did they know that the man they were entrusting their well-being to had a dark and sinister side. It wasn't long before the truth about John of God's criminal activities came to light. Reports of SA and AB began to emerge, painting a chilling portrait of a man who shamelessly took advantage of those who sought his help. But what's truly mind-boggling is the role that Oprah played in catapulting John of God into the limelight. By featuring him on her show, she bestowed upon him a stamp of legitimacy, giving him access to a wider audience and inadvertently endorsing his criminal.
Well, okay, so the AI voice there said it perfectly, inadvertently. You could take all of this at face value and just assume it was true. You mean to tell me that every single person Oprah has had on all of her countless shows, some of them weren't good people? I mean, okay.
Yeah, like
All
that
right,
dude who
sure.
wrote that book. What was it? Pieces of Me
Pieces
or
of
Friends
Me.
of Me? Yeah. Like you have a 5 days a week show. Some of the guests are gonna turn out to be shitty people.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know. I have no, like, I've never seen Oprah a day in my life, but we don't know the context of the show, nor have they said, was she painting him in this picture of what an amazing healer he is and how attuned to God, or was she bringing him on in a, what are you talking about kind of way? Like, we just have no idea. Again, it doesn't matter because, okay, so fine, someone she had on her show turned out to be some scumbag. Like, all right.
Yeah,
lest
like
we-
I'm pretty
let-
sure the My Pillow guy's been on there too.
Lest we forget Tom Cruise jumping on a couch as a front man for Scientology.
Yeah. Yeah. That was bizarre. I did see that clip. Goodness. Okay.
behavior. This eyebrow-raising incident took place back in 2010 during one of Oprah's attention-grabbing segments titled, "Do You Believe in Miracles?" Little did
I like
her
the music,
audience
though.
know that the miracle they were about to witness was the rise of a criminal under the guise of a spiritual healer. Anyway, while
Well,
Oprah
in
did attempt to salvage her
fairness,
reputation by expressing
most spiritual healers are actually criminals. So it's not like it was a wolf in sheep's clothing kind of
That's
situation.
true.
Yeah, whenever you hear spiritual healer, it's time to walk the other way.
That is true. Yeah.
empathy towards the brave women who came forward with allegations against John of God, it's clear that her involvement had already left an indelible mark. The damage had been done, and the sinister connection between Oprah and this criminal healer would forever be etched in the annals of scandalous history. And as if this is not bad enough already, Oprah Winfrey's Leadership Academy for Girls in South Africa has always been a hotbed of controversy.
Is that what
In
this video
2007,
is?
Oprah
Is it just the whole video is just this thing of Oprah and
AI
Mel Gibson
reading
and
and
the
then
AI reading?
Frederick
and then
talking.
Frederick's only been on for like 15 seconds.
25 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, he usually does a little bit more. A little
this
bit
is
more
like
speaking.
the TikTok duet things where the person just points at the video that they're copying the whole time and doesn't offer any content.
Yeah, it was like the very first video that we did. He was just a dude, the guy in the yellow box. He just sat there and he gave like a 30-second thing at the end. And
This is the high quality journalism that gets you the silver play button.
yeah, well, and unfortunately,
subs does this guy have?
that's true. A lot.
Jesus.
And I mean, a couple of his videos are into the millions of views, and he's awful.
Oh boy.
opened the Leadership Academy for Girls, inspired by Nelson Mandela.
Hold on. Well, so he's got 129,000 subscribers, and so many of his videos are well into the six figures. But there's a couple of them that are into the millions of views. 94, 51. And I mean, in the comment sections are they're glowing.
Damn, I gotta up
They're just-
my clickbait game.
Man,
No one expected
you're
this.
telling
This was
me-
unbelievable.
I can
Come
talk for
on
30
now.
seconds,
And
have an
inadvertently
AI just ramble on some script, and then bam, I get a million subs. Like,
I don't think so necessarily. I think it's the content, the topics that people are attracted to.
Right, you gotta hate the
if you-
right people.
Yes. If you talk about the Hollywood elites or the alphabet, what do they call it? The alphabet mob, or the mafia.
Yes,
yeah, if you
yes,
talk
we're,
about
we're a family, and Stephanie Holmes is our godfather.
yeah,
you
I think
said
it's the
bye in the chat after you were talking with, or maybe you were recovering know-it-all and Doug and blah blah blah, and you said bye, and I'm like, oh, did she hide him from my channel? I don't know. This is not a big deal, but
Hey, what did I miss? Did I miss something?
you're fine. Don't worry about
lost
that.
track.
That's a whole nother stream.
It's none of my damn business. All right.
You could make it
enforcing
your
his
business,
criminal
but-
behavior. This eyebrow-raising incident took place back in 2010 during one of Oprah's attention-grabbing segments titled "Do You Believe in?" Little
We're a
did
little
anyone
further.
know that this venture would become a hotbed of controversy, stirring up whispers and skepticism from day one. As soon as news broke about Oprah's ambitious project, the South African government wasted no time in expressing their disdain. They criticized the exorbitant cost of the school and questioned its relevance in a country plagued by poverty. But did Oprah let that deter her? Not a chance. With an air of grandiosity and a touch of arrogance, she forged ahead, creating a glitzy institution that boasted luxurious salons and extravagant gyms. And that's when the conspiracy theories began to take flight. Whispers.
All right. Well, they appropriately titled it "Conspiracy Theories." Aunt Jer, yes, image is a verb.
Spread like
Oh, for
wildfire, with many suggesting that the lavish school served as a front for something much darker: illegal human trade. The opulence and extravagance raised eyebrows and fueled suspicions that innocent young girls were being groomed for a life of exploitation, while no concrete evidence ever surfaced to support
while we can't prove this in any way, shape, or form, we're certainly going to say it.
Yep.
Opulence and extravagance raised eyebrows and fueled suspicions that innocent young girls were being groomed for a life
Hey,
of
I didn't do that.
exploitation.
Yeah, they look like they're being
While no
groomed for
concrete-
exploitation, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fancy suits and shit.
Yeah. I mean, look how much leg is showing. This is not okay.
You see a knee.
There's a knee. Oh my goodness,
handle.
I didn't even see the knee. I saw shin. Nope. Right
So in 2007, with regards to this academy, there was a particularly violent incident between a male and a young female, but it's nowhere near the magnitude that this claim is that's being made. In addition, though, isn't it possible that someone can found an organization and leave it to its own devices and it becomes something of a monster? You know what I mean?
there. Yeah.
How much you
Like
guys
a
want to
Catholic
bet?
church? I mean,
How much you guys want to bet that this is just stock footage?
yeah.
They just pick some stock footage out and then put it in the video and like, look at them young innocent girls.
Also, Verizon comes to mind. How AT&T had to split up into the Bell companies, and then they started like just commingling, and eventually became fucking Verizon.
Yeah. Captive desk. The evidence is the churches do that, and me thinks it's all projection. Yes. It's it's very strange for any type of Christian to be calling anybody else, essentially groomers. Because, yeah,
Oh.
we all know.
That photo
We
is
all know.
actually from Oprah's website. It's one of the sample sample pictures about the South African Leadership Academy.
Right on.
Yeah, from 2007.
Evidence ever surfaced to support these scandalous claims, it's impossible to
I love that so much. That's I mean,
no concrete evidence ever surfaced to support these scandalous claims. It's impossible
I mean, it's their video. They could not put that in.
Yeah, like they already they got caught on at least 2 lies so far, and that's just, us fucking around with Google here. And
Right.
why? Is it for the appearance of semi-honesty, or fucking why?
Yeah.
to deny that the whispers added a layer of intrigue and suspicion to the already controversial academy. But it didn't stop there. Scandals and controversies soon plagued the institution, exposing a dark and seedy underbelly that Oprah had fought so hard to keep hidden. One shocking incident involved an employee named Virginia, whose role involved overseeing the dormitories. It was discovered that she had engaged in highly inappropriate conduct with not one, but multiple students between the ages of 13 and 15. These vulnerable young girls, handpicked by Oprah herself, fell victim to the very person entrusted with their care. It was a
So again,
And she was cleared of all charges.
I mean, you could just take the story at face value. Fine, this thing happened. Yes, bad things happen. I agree. Bad things can happen no matter where. Sure.
Yeah, it's
stain
if
on
you
Oprah's
search
reputation.
Oprah School, South Africa, Virginia. The very first thing that comes up is matron
And a
cleared of
disturbing
abuse.
reflection of
Yeah, I'm still waiting to see what Mel Gibson has to do with this.
Right?
Yeah, Mel Gibson.
He
That's a
just
good
went-
call.
He just went to South Africa and freed all the students.
Well,
He purchased
they had an audio track that was this long, and they just had to make the video be that long.
That could
So,
be. That could be. Truly wild.
of the Academy's inner workings. Desperate to salvage her image and protect the brand she had built,
I don't think Oprah Winfrey has ever been desperate to salvage her image.
Oh
I mean-
no, people hate me because fuck whatever.
Yeah, I mean it's Oprah. Again, I don't know two things about Oprah, but I know who Oprah is. and I know that people like her. I don't think she's ever had to salvage her image. She's been dragged through the mud.
She's number
Oprah
2
swooped in
after
with a
Dolly
team of
Parton
investigators.
for most likely to be a living saint.
Right.
To uncover the truth, but the darkness didn't dissipate with Virginia's
Oh,
scandal.
look, there it
Less
is.
than 2 years later,
The fucking headline that the person they just said cleared of all charges. For fuck's sake. They're undermining their own bullshit. If I had hair, I'd pull it
Right.
out.
Matron cleared of abuse at Oprah Winfrey's close.
Why would you be humiliated if your employee was cleared of the
Right.
abuse charges?
Well,
I think it's Virginia was humiliated because she had to go through this whole process.
yeah.
Because the case started in 2007. There was a second allegation in 2009, and she didn't get her name cleared until 2010. So for 3 years, give or take, she had to live with this hanging over her head.
Yep.
And I mean, to be fair, it doesn't say that. Am I am I reading this wrong? It doesn't say Oprah says that the case left her humiliated. It says
Right.
Machen cleared of abuse at
Yeah.
Oprah Winfrey School says the case. Oh, so it's okay. So it does say that the person who was accused the case left her humiliated. It doesn't say.
I just have to say though that with regard to the courts, they held a higher standard of witness testimony than Christians do for the New Testament.
Zinger.
Because
also
there were
than Christians
numerous
do for
contradictions.
abuse.
Yeah, there were numerous contradictions in the state witness's testimony. The learners were unable to provide accurate details of the incidents.
Wow.
Whoopsie.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, hey, skeptics and scoundrels, welcome. It's an open stream if you want to jump on.
Yeah, I'm
the
about
link
to
is
peace
somewhere.
out here because it's 2 in the morning my time. So
Oof, yeah, jump out whenever.
I'm the late night cockroach. So
Yeah, fair enough.
all
Fair
right,
enough.
yeah, I'm gonna get rolling. Thanks for having me on for a little bit. This is fun.
No, thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate it.
Lead Eddie.
Sub to sub to Nara. If you're not doing that yet, what's wrong with you?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Do it.
I'll see you guys around.
Get you later, Nitty.
My God, head hurts. Your your name was hidden by my it was hidden on the screen, but when Nitty left, you jumped up and
That's back from the Trinity talk.
no, that makes sense. All right, let's figure
Later,
out what other lies they can tell in this.
another controversy erupted within the walls of Oprah's Academy. Disturbing revelations emerged, shedding light on a culture of violence and intimidation among the students. It was revealed that a 15-year-old girl had been pressuring victims into silence, coercing them not to report the physical altercations to their parents or authorities. Shockingly, 7 students were suspended for their involvement in intimidating behavior and inappropriate acts. Despite Oprah's attempts to address these issues, it seemed that the problems were deeply ingrained within the Academy's very foundation.
Yo, clearly Hollywood is not happy about this film coming out because this
You can't be silent for like 5 minutes and they completely move off the what was the name of the movie?
Sound of Freedom.
Sound of
Sound of
Also,
Freedom.
you-
They haven't mentioned this movie in the last like 4 minutes, and he comes in.
Yeah, none of this shit has anything to do with anything. But you do have to reshare the linky if you want people to join because it's long since disappeared into the netherverse.
And I would just like to take this opportunity to apologize for recommending this video. Sorry, guys.
It's all your fault.
I said, hey, because I thought it was going a totally different direction. I was like, all right, we have a Catholic versus like a woo-woo New Ager. And then it's like became this mess of AI generated this slander for 8 minutes now. And then Frederick pops in and says, yeah, praise Jesus. I'm out.
I mean, essentially, but I mean, Okay, all right, yeah. Let's get through this. Was it about 3 minutes left-ish?
Film is exposing, The Sound of Freedom is exposing so much sin, so much evil that is happening underneath the surface
Hey, Jasper, and purple rhymes with orange. Yeah, that's true.
of Hollywood. Behind that sign, behind those buildings, those studios, there's sick, evil things happening, and there's meetings, conversations, plans, strategies that are going forth that are this is right underneath our nose. And this film exposed a lot of that, and people aren't happy, so they're throwing out conspiracy. Christians, conservatives are being conspiratorial about human trafficking, as if human trafficking is not a real thing, as if it's not happening to hundreds, if not thousands of people. It's a real issue, but they don't like the fact that this is a Christian exposing this stuff. They don't like that. Years ago, they had whole bunch of stories on human trafficking. Now it's a conspiracy. Now,
Hey, skeptics and scoundrels.
How's it going?
I'm waving,
Yeah,
but
hey,
my camera's off.
hey,
thanks for
November.
jumping on.
Yeah, no problem.
So essentially, what I'm doing here is just kind of going through videos that are in my watch later playlist, and I'm letting whoever pick whatever. And I thought it was Nitty who picked this one, but I guess it was
me.
it was you.
I'll,
But it's good.
yeah, I'll blame you. I'll blame Nitty.
Ember and that soundboard.
I love the soundboard. I love this. I want a soundboard. How do you get a soundboard? We'll have to go over that. That was fun.
Yeah, it takes a little bit to, at
Set
least
up,
the way I did it, it takes a little bit. I'm sure there's easier ways.
That's fun.
You
So
just
yeah,
gotta
we're what's up?
Oh, I was just gonna say you just gotta like keep a brass trombone next to you, and you can do it
Yes.
authentically.
In real time.
Every time I want to play.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Yep.
All right.
now it's being blown out of proportion.
Oh, what I do.
Hollywood is not happy. This is not hyperbole. This is not a cliche. But our children are under attack on so many different fronts. We got to be
Many of them
aware
are the
of what's
churches.
happening, what's going on.
Yes, the churches. He's got to mention. He's got to be going into the trans. I mean, he's obsessed with anti-trans anything. The fact that he hasn't mentioned it yet is it's actually shocking.
Well, I mean, Christianity is fundamentally all about scapegoating, right? Like you take an innocent person, put all the blame for everything on them, so you walk scot-free.
Yeah.
They're just doing what Jesus showed as an example for how to do. Granted, Jesus was the one who got punished, but that doesn't matter. They know that the churches are abusing people left and right, particularly children, so they need to distract. Oh, don't look at us. Look at the evil trans people.
Yep.
We can't sit back passively and expect our
Even God doesn't want to hear it from this
children
motherfucker.
just know
God's
what to do.
pinching. He's pinching that cable line.
Yeah, it's frustrating because I pay an absurd amount of money and I'm very frugal. I spend $0 on myself, but I do pay money for internet. And it's
Have you
Know
ever
what to think.
have you ever done a packet loss test on your connection? It's really
I
just
have
go to-
no idea what you said. So
He's just
no.
he's just learning to pin links. Come on, you gotta give him a break.
Okay. Not to get too technical. So you can have a really high end connection, but there's something wrong with it. Data packets you send out might not reach their target, and then your computer has to repeat that send, and that causes delays. So what you can do is just go to Google and just type in packet loss test later, not now. It's like a 10-second test. It'll tell you how many packets you're dropping. If it's anything above 0%, call your cable company or your internet company and tell them I'm dropping packets. Come fix it. Because it could be a damaged line, it could be a damaged station of theirs, it could be your hardware, it could be all kinds of stuff. So
Okay.
yeah,
I'll,
something to look into.
Could it be demons?
Yeah.
It could
It
be
could
demons.
It could be demons, but
Could be
the cable
demons.
company should be able to fix that as well.
Don't know how you would falsify that, but it could be. Why not?
You pray about it. That's what it is.
Oh yeah, I could ask Pastor Frederick.
Know what to say. We have to teach our children.
Come on.
As points out that you need
Protect
to,
our children.
You need to link things or pin your links.
Yeah, I tried. I did. I started, but I don't know how to pin them. All right, well, I'll figure that out. Let's try to get through this Oprah Winfrey video.
All right.
From this type of stuff, we have to protect our children from what they watch, what they consume on social media, who they're listening to, who they're around, because our children are the target of so many evil and
Christians.
wicked people. Of course, we know
Oh my goodness, this is
the
awesome.
devil is the one orchestrating and pulling the strings behind the scenes, but we got to be aware that there are people that are working for the devil. So many young actors, so many
I wanna know.
musicians were in.
Pause. I want to know like how he actually imagines this playing out. Is Oprah actually reporting to the devil? Like, who are the like these people are working for the devil, and it's like, tell me the structure. Are you like Illuminati based? Is it this kind of like a Freemason thing or what?
And
Yeah,
more
how well does the devil
importantly,
pay? And is he hiring?
I want
How
to
do
know
I
what kind of
apply?
internet that they're using, because
Yeah.
man, that connection all the way to hell, that must be amazing. Hey, welcome to the stream.
Hey, Stephanie.
Hi, Stephanie.
Yeah, this is exactly the type of rhetoric I found in my old religion too, that I always kind of raise an eyebrow at. No matter what happens, it's always confirmation of the belief. If things are going right in politics or in entertainment, oh, God's asserting his authority, blessing us, Christian law is beginning to reassert itself. Or if it's not, then, oh, the devil's attacking us and the devil's, pulling the US away from God and further from, what he wants us to do. And no matter what happens, there's always a theological belief reason why it's happening. And there's no way to just like disconfirm it. If he wants to make a claim about these things, he has no way to show us or no way to know that he's wrong about it. He can only find evidence that will support his position. And that's why I always find these types of claims so dubious, is because like if they're throwing stuff out there, you can't prove.
Yeah, or in
prove
this
wrong.
case,
It's useless. Yeah.
in this case, he's inventing claims that support his conclusion.
Yeah.
I don't know how much of the video you watched, but he's just flat out lying.
I maybe jumped in around 9:30, so yeah.
His
9:30
shelf
mark.
is a book short. It literally is.
Oh.
Yeah, in the case of this video, it's like at the end of the video, it's like none of these claims are true.
Yeah, and Nitty and Ember have been
same videos.
He's
none of these claims are true.
Yeah, they have been actively fact checking Pastor Frederick as he's gone along, and literally none of the claims are true.
Their parents were enticed by the money, by the fame, and they essentially sacrificed their children to Hollywood. And many of these child stars are in complete shambles right now. So they've done that route. Now they're just snatching up kids and taking them, and they're using and empowering criminals to do these things. Now, we're living in a sick world. We cannot act like these things aren't happening, because they are. I'm so proud of the filmmakers, the production studio for The Sound of Freedom. This movie is a great movie. I haven't seen it yet, but I've read up on it. I'm going to see it soon. Please go support this movie so we can bring more awareness to this issue. But we need more actors like Mel Gibson to.
So not only is he openly admitting that he has not seen this movie, can anybody point out in this, who's been on this stream so far, where Mel Gibson exposed Oprah at all?
Nope.
Do you have
It's like
You have a cricket sound effect, Amber?
Oh no,
Yeah.
Peter recorded it, so I figured I'd maybe swipe it from him later.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
Beck had a stream earlier where Cosmic Kyle came on, and Beck had him just be quiet so we could hear the crickets really clear for a minute.
Yeah, next time I create a video, I'm just going to put big name actors in the title and then show their faces a time or two and then talk about something completely different. It seems to be the way to get the subs, yeah.
Well, you have to make
Speak out.
salacious allegations against them while also saying that they are cleared of all those salacious allegations.
I
That is-
I actually, along those lines, I just saw something on Reddit tonight. It was the Christian movie starter pack, and one of the things in the starter pack was one B-list actor to make it look like this is a real movie.
Yeah, that's fair.
Although Jim Caviezel, he's been in some stuff, like, I mean, Passion of the Christ, another Mel Gibson thing, but he was also in Count of Monte Cristo a while ago.
Oh, I love that movie.
We covered on Bad Science Sunday on Maya Atkinson's channel. We covered a 45-minute video that the line was Tucker Carlson exposes aliens coming to Earth, and it was like it was about the video covered CERN and a whole bunch of stuff, and it was really bizarre. But the whole object of the game was to get people to watch the damn video by mentioning Tucker Carlson and aliens, and the friggin' thing had like 28,000 views.
Oh yeah, there's
on
a
a
couple
channel
channels.
with hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and it's just this is
it's a formula now.
This is the when you look at disinformation, they're doing a way better job than we are about having the real information. It's like it's really just depressing in a lot of respects.
Well,
I'm gonna test
Terry
it.
Pratchett said, "A lie will make it around the world before the truth gets its boots on."
That was Mark Twain.
Well, Terry Pratchett said it too.
He was just testing you.
He did. He was yeah. That was Mark Twain. And the person who really put it into practice was that fellow mid 20th century Central European country. It's Joseph Goebbels. I knew it had come to me.
Oh, I was thinking the guy with the mustache.
Well, no, the guy with the mustache had help. He had other people helping him out.
Lots of minions. Yep. I need minions.
Kind of like Satan.
Yeah.
That's a good lead in right back to the video here.
Oh,
goodness.
Press play.
Slick segue.
Yeah, we have 1 minute left of this train wreck.
Out and to expose this evil happening behind the scenes. We can make videos and we can write and we can blog and do stuff like that, but we need people inside of Hollywood. We need people with that type of access to expose. It comes with a price. It's a huge risk to your career, but it is for the greater good. We live in a sinful world. Sin has no bounds. It has no limits. Our children are not off limits. Our children are actually easy targets. So we have to be that shield, that wall, that barrier between sin and our children to protect our children. You enjoyed this video.
Okay.
Oh boy.
That was interesting.
Because God's just unable to craft a world where your children are safe. It's up to you.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole Bible, the Book of Mormon, all the holy texts tell how God is completely powerless before the might of Satan.
Well, I'm going to bounce out, let you guys, so it doesn't get too crowded in here, and it's getting late, so.
All right,
Thanks for
thank you so much for
it-
joining. I appreciate it.
Seeing you.
Thanks for
Just
having
out
me
of
on, Nora.
curiosity, how many subs does this guy have?
Pastor Frederick, like 130,000.
Oh,
See, there you go. That's what I'm talking about.
later on.
Yeah, he's
TBS.
yeah, bye. Thank you so much for stopping in. Yeah, I think he has like 128,000 roughly. A lot of his videos are in the 6-digit views. His comment sections are just ranting and raving. It's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. All right. Let's see if we can get one more in here. You know what? Actually, this guy, JP Reacts, I've seen a lot of his shorts. Absolutely terrible human being. But I think
Really?
with this group, I would love to hear your reactions to this.
I'm just like, yeah, I need more garbage in my mind at the moment. I'm laughing because it's just it's what else are you gonna do?
Yeah, he's bad. He's really bad. Yeah, I wanna know what you guys have to say about this. If
Yeah,
if
my
you don't
point is,
mind.
apparently,
hold on, stop
the
talking.
XXXY chromosome.
Oh my god!
Jeez Louise. All right. Here we go.
Oh my god! Here we go.
Yeah, and I watched maybe the first 10 seconds of this or so,
My point is,
and I don't think Neil deGrasse Tyson, either they took him out of context or he doesn't quite have it right. But this is a topic that I'm still learning a lot about, so
Oh,
You
he's
people
always
do.
jumping out of his field.
he's definitely out of his field here. Yeah, let's
apparently, the XXXY chromosomes are insufficient.
Whoa, chromosomes are basically a conspiracy theory. Welcome back to the JP Reacts channel, my beautiful freedom-loving friend, where we like to call out the
Fucking
lies.
God,
Jesus
oh
Christ.
no.
Why is it
This
so loud?
motherfucker. Because he doesn't know how to edit.
Or equip a room to absorb a little bit of the sound
Oh.
coming out of his mouth.
Yeah,
He's an
I
echo
don't-
chamber.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to pin a link in my own comment section, but at least I have the echo under control, I hope. Goodness. All right, freedom, safe and effective. Okay. So we have definitely, I mean, he's a massive bigot. I've seen some of his shorts. He's really bad. But he's also obviously an anti-vaxxer.
Hypocrisy and corruption of tyrants, shine the light of awareness on woke absurdities, and highlight the amazing work of other freedom fighters. Man of science, Neil
Freedom
deGrasse
fighters.
Tyson. Now you might say, well, I thought Fauci was the science. Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson is also science. A man of science going completely off base, completely woke, being completely ideological, politicized rather than scientific, in my opinion, is hilarious. Now, in a second, we'll take a look at the full clip of.
I like how he's framing Neil deGrasse Tyson. He called him directly not man of science. He called him science. Like he's trying to paint him as
He is the science.
Yeah, he's trying to paint him as like
Well, this is a classic propaganda technique. You take one thing the guy had to say, and then you pause, let that sink in with your audience, and then you frame what the guy had to say the way you want your audience to hear it. This is
yeah,
classic propaganda.
Yep.
Of Neil deGrasse Tyson basically arguing for why gender is fluid and the idea that gender is just XX chromosomes for female, XY for males, why that is just like absolutely
We're
not.
talking about gender, not sex. And you're conflating the two, and there's good reason to do that, because in some languages they aren't conflated. They're totally conflated because there aren't two words for it. But go ahead.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think I believe Neil does the same. I could be wrong.
Very possibly.
That's
It's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. And I think it's hilarious because I used to listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson, especially if he was on Joe Rogan's podcast. It was always hilarious watching Neil deGrasse Tyson be so socially awkward, where he interrupts Rogan all the time. Then you visibly see Rogan get upset.
Yeah, but are those comparable? I mean, these are
Wait,
human
hold on.
constructions.
We want to rappel down.
I think the real problem too is I think it's
If you
incredibly
value
visi-
mountain climbing,
That part was fun. But I also like listening to him talk about the cosmos and theoretical stuff that I don't know if it's true or not, but he certainly had a sense of confidence where it was entertaining to hear about. But in recent
That's a way to not upset his conservative Christian audience.
years, our beloved astrophysicist, scientist friend, he's gotten very woke. You might have seen him coming out on get the jab kind of thing, and you're a lunatic
woke.
if you don't. Completely.
Yeah, so I've seen maybe all of 2 podcasts from Joe Rogan, and I was unimpressed.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm
much
aware of
about
the
him.
controversy around him, but I can't stand him for more than 30 seconds. So
Yeah.
I've not watched him all that much.
He's an
Really often
entertainer. I
kind
mean,
of
he's
scientific.
you know, his whole flip is the Rush Limbaugh flip. Yeah, I'm an entertainer. I'm a kickboxer and blah blah blah. And he's got his fans based on that, and he's very
So
popular.
the Fox defense
but he
thing,
doesn't know shit from Chinola. That's okay.
We're not news, we're entertainment. That's why you don't hold us accountable for our words. Yeah.
He is a bit of a meathead, but he's got his pluses and minuses. Like on one episode, he'll say something like, "Anybody who doesn't believe in God must be mentally damaged." But on the next episode, he'll say something like,
God, I'm gonna need more.
the Bible is clearly written by man. The Quran is clearly written by man. None of these things are made by God. So why should we believe any of them?
I've heard comments that Joe will believe basically the last thing that was confidently told to him, so he flip flops a lot. Yeah.
I think that he will project his beliefs to his audience on the basis of what gets the best response.
Somebody
Which
who's a
channel are you
little
on,
more
Andrew?
yeah.
I can't see who's on which channel.
Well, the funny thing is, like, Nitty's still streaming. I think Nitty forgot to turn off his stream, so he's
Oh,
still
boy.
streaming.
No,
He has-
Nitty's a fucking genius. He left his stream on. We're producing content for the Nitty channel, and Nitty doesn't even have to be involved.
Yeah.
Man, I got Nitty
Brilliant.
right in my stream. Yeah, I don't know how that works.
I should
Andrew.
actually
I was
take advantage of that.
So I was going to tell the people in Nitty's channel that, hey, Nara is streaming, but I didn't want to siphon off viewers off of Nitty's channel. But Purple over there just asked, hey, who's hosting this stream? So Purple, because you asked, I will say it. Nara is streaming. Nara, can you put up the name tags on us? It should be at Nara.
Yeah, Nara 9128.
Yeah, at
Jasper
Nara
posted it in
9128.
whichever chat Jasper's in.
Yeah. Sorry, Nitty.
Yeah.
I was refraining, but Purple asked, so I'm answering.
I appreciate
Oh,
it.
apparently Jasper's in multiple chats. Our mods are doing better than we are at this.
Yeah. I'll see if I can. I don't know if I can post over on Nitty's channel. Actually, that might work. Boom. So I just put in Nitty's channel. Just go to youtube.com/that@ handle there, and then you should pop over to Nara's stream.
Yeah, come on over. It's an open room. If you want to join, come on in.
I'm a bit
I
of
don't
a
know how many-
sleuth, so I figured out who was streaming.
Watch Nitty message.
And I found you, and yay! All right.
Watch Nitty message me. Why are you taking my viewers?
Well, it's like whatever. I just wanted to get in when there were a couple. You've had a couple of very, very interesting yet extremely disturbing videos.
It's
Yeah, this is fun. This is fun. You don't quite know what to expect, so you think on your feet when you're responding to this.
Yeah. Yeah, this is
Anyway.
an impromptu. I was thinking of some type of video to do tonight, and I just couldn't decide. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go
Screw it,
live.
Let's do all of them.
And yeah. We'll do all the videos.
Yeah.
Do all the
All right.
things.
All the things.
base.
But
And
for
it
you-
appears he's not just pushing that agenda. It appears as though Neil deGrasse Tyson is now a talking piece or a mouthpiece for the entire leftist agenda, even going so far
Leftist
as
agenda.
to discredit the idea that there's two genders.
It's very
You know,
scary.
like, of course, he knows science. He knows science. You don't know science. He knows science. So we got to listen to him. Now, his argument that we're going to hear here, you be the judge, is the.
Can we take a second? I don't know when the whole gender/sex thing became well, I kind of do, but when it became a political issue, because I know a number of gay people, trans people, who are conservative. I don't, I know when conservatives lost battles over social issues that they've always shifted down. When you had 70% of the American population basically saying, yeah, Uncle Clem and his boyfriend ought to be able to get married. Uncle Clem and his boyfriend were able to get married. And so the people that were upset with Uncle Clem and his boyfriend, let's call him Fred, got married, and everybody's happy about that. What's the next thing that reaches into the amygdala that'll get people to the polls?
Mm-hmm.
And almost simultaneously to Obergefell, there was this, the building up to the Dobbs decision, and now you've lost the whole abortion issue. And Americans, as was demonstrated in Ohio, as was demonstrated in Kansas, are pretty much not on board with the idea that women are simply receptacles for sperm and ought to be delivering babies all the goddamn time. So that they actually do deserve some choice. So you have now you have it written into the Kansas Constitution. Now you have it on the ballot in Ohio, and they're losing on those fronts too, even contemporaneously. So what do they have left?
Mm-hmm.
The transes. Let's go for that, because nobody understands that. Even we don't understand that. So let's just push this thing out, and it'll get the people that don't understand this but fear it in their bones because of their ignorance. That'll get them to the polls. This fuckface over here, he doesn't understand it either, and he demonstrates it by saying they're by conflating the issue of biological sex and gender, and even those things are so fucking nuanced that they'll never grasp it. But that's not even the fucking point. Pardon my French.
Yeah.
No, you nailed it. I like to put it, I phrase it as the trans issues. It's just the next thing. You move on from like the BLM in the last 4 years or so. You have the protests, and they were telling you that the thugs were coming through the streets, and then it moved on to COVID, and then that was the big thing in the news. And then COVID died down, and now it's they're on to the trans. It's just the next big thing, like you said, to get people to the polls.
It is literally.
You and I haven't you and I haven't met, but I'm a trans woman. I'm nearly 7 years old. I transitioned 25 years ago, and 25 years ago, you know who my biggest allies were? Older, conservative, white men.
Interesting.
Wow.
That's very interesting.
You should tell a story one day, Steph, on your channel, unless you have already.
I've told my
haven't seen it.
story.
Oh, okay.
I should maybe do the thing again on my channel, but
I was going to say that pretty much any type of social disagreement or any type of potential social shift, once we discover something new about our society, like for instance, you know, at one point we considered gender and sex to be the same. And now we're at a point where we're like, well, no, gender and sex are two different things. You know, sex is a biological thing while gender is a social construct. And this is any type of social shift is always uncomfortable for everyone because we have to come to the conclusion or admit that, hey, we actually didn't have things figured out. There's new things to explore. We might be wrong about things. There's going to be time and effort and anxiety and debate. And it really does feel like politics does use this. It hijacks these things to politicize them and to polarize and to use them as like a Trojan horse to get a boogeyman in there. Like, oh, you know, they're trying to change your children. They're trying to ship them off to camps and indoctrinate them and mutilate their organs and all these things. Like, and we've seen that happen time and time again with every, you know, like I said, social change. We saw it with, you know, integration and civil rights. We saw it with homosexual marriages. We're now seeing it again with, you know, the trans rights these days. It's always just a tool to get a boogeyman in there to scare voters and to keep them on your side and keep them polarized against each other. And it's really sad because this type of social issue should be discussed among people. It shouldn't, the politician should not be jumping in and then, you know, like this guy likely is going to be misrepresenting a bunch of issues and try to use them and get that boogeyman in there to scare you.
It's what he does.
It's time and time
It
again.
was
Yeah.
his brain.
History keeps on repeating itself with these types of things. Is that?
There are crickets in the room.
I think Ember found a cricket for a soundboard.
And yeah, Ember's got crickets.
Yeah, PS bugged me enough. I went and did it while we were doing the thing. And yeah, but it's the sound of this dude's brain, so you know it works. Also, I wanted to
actually echo chamber hollow. That's probably the sound of his brain.
Yeah. We need to hear from we need to hear the sounds of freedom here. The P is definitely pronounced.
Yeah, I'm always impressed at your guys' ability to, like, as soon as something is brought up in a chat or live stream, whatever, it's like you have the information. Or like we were just talking about the cricket soundboard. Now there's a cricket soundboard. It's impressive.
Yeah.
Well,
we have the cricket.
Let's continue to listen to this guy explain why, because Neil deGrasse Tyson's an expert in astronomy, he's somehow an expert in everything else, and why we shouldn't believe him.
Yeah.
Or or how this guy's even more of an expert in a field that neither he nor Tyson have any expertise in whatsoever.
Now, but just 1 second though, I want to bring to the audience's attention that right now on Nara's stream, 50% of the panelists are hosts on the line. Occasionally.
We've all on the line?
You know what? That's kind of funny.
Yeah, us too.
Yeah, yeah, Eric and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was almost on today's Monday. I was almost on yesterday, but I didn't answer Jimmy's text message in time. I answered his text message like 8 hours late because my phone was turned off. So anyway, it got canceled yesterday.
Jimmy was sick as a dog. Arden's away. Nobody could produce anything. It was.
I take that back. It was Saturday. He messaged me and my phone was off because I had company over. And then I was like, "Oh, bum! I missed my chance to co-host." And then it was canceled anyway, so it was fine.
Yeah.
Half of us have been on the line here. Hopefully, we'll get that up to 100% here in the future.
That might happen. Who knows?
Does it have any kind of scientificness to it? Does it have any kind of weight and factuality? Or is it someone who is in a relative position of authority simply speaking down and trying to persuade people without any factual or scientific basis. You be the judge, and my guess is
this guy
you'll
says
come to the
that without a
conclusion that
single
Neil deGrasse
ounce
Tyson
of self-awareness.
I know, right? It's like, ooh, okay.
Is this guy doing?
scientificness.
Is this guy doing exactly what I'm doing right now? It's just what I just heard.
I have other thoughts. Please roll. I see where this is going, and I have other thoughts that it's gonna work out. That's why I go, roll.
conclude about him. Well, let's take a look.
My point is, apparently, the XXXY chromosomes are insufficient because when we wake up in the morning, we exaggerate whatever feature we want to portray the gender of our choice.
Well, that's interesting. We wake up in the morning and we can exaggerate anything we want, not just the gender that we want to say we are. We can exaggerate a mood. We can exaggerate anything. We have so many behavioral choices. And my guess is this dude wouldn't say, hey, depending on how you choose to express yourself, what you choose to exaggerate or not with your behaviors, your moods, he probably wouldn't say, oh yeah, and that actually discounts your biological reality inside. You know, you want to pretend like you.
Wait a sec. Can we find? I mean, this is TikTok, right? This is DeGrasse Tyson's TikTok, right?
Yeah.
So it's got to be like a minute.
Oh, it's not his. It's from a channel. on
Commie
TikTok called-
Trash.
Commie Trash.
Yeah, with 2 H's.
Oh, okay.
That sounds fun.
So I went. So it was probably Neil clipped for some other thing. So we'll never know what the context of what Neil was actually saying here, because
I'll see if I can track it down while we're watching this.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, let's keep going.
You don't have a certain, like, say you had cancer. That were the case. If you want to pretend like you don't have cancer, you can exaggerate that behavior, but that doesn't mean at a biological level you don't have cancer. So my guess.
What does that look like? What is exaggerating the behavior that you don't have cancer? I wonder what does that look like?
Is he would be a hypocrite if you asked him a question like that.
Either the one you're assigned, the one you choose to be, whatever.
The one you're a man of science saying you exaggerate your gender, either the one you're assigned. No, they observe it. They don't assign it. They look, oh, I'm observing that.
Whatever it is. And so now so now just to tie a bow on this.
This is going to be a great bow. Just buckle your science seatbelt.
I say to you, somewhere I read.
No, this is factual. This is a great scientific resource. Somewhere I read.
I think I read.
And it gets.
Well, I mean, it sounds like Neil is having a bit of fun there. When he says, oh, it seems like I read.
It's his style. It's his style. I mean,
what he really means is. Good.
I really actually know this is a scientific fact, not somewhere I read. And this is one of the failings that you can be taken out of context if you're not entirely scholarly and this and that. It's the danger of the presentation in any way that isn't just absolutely flat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the reasonable approach. It's I don't remember who put up a video recently about how annoying it is that conservatives or people that you're talking to have this reasonable, I'm just asking questions. I just want to get at the root of the matter here. And can't we just have a discussion? Now, you would agree that and then you know, posit something that no, I wouldn't actually agree with that. But the wouldn't you agree that is designed to get you to blow your fucking top and start screaming. You know, and it's just it's like walking into a car showroom and and dealing with a salesman who wants to get you to yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you nailed it.
What this guy's doing is being a showman. He's being a showman to Tyson's being a showman. And it's
No,
that's the audience he's playing to.
No,
So
he's
wait.
not being a showman with that giant freedom in a Pfizer logo, safe and effective shirt. No way.
threw in the private chat a link to a Washington Examiner article, which is basically entitled "Neil deGrasse Tyson Under Fire After Declaring Gender is a Spectrum." And yeah, so there's a link to a longer version of his video, it seems, in there. If we want,
I'm gonna bookmark that. Let's probably save it for later because we don't have all night long. The Washington Examiner,
more
by the
valid.
way, ain't the greatest fucking paper.
yeah, yeah, I'm not necessarily promoting the quality of their article. There's a link to a 2.5-minute video of appears to be purely of Neil talking. So probably a little less edited than what this guy's presenting here.
Man, I
Oh,
love
it's a
this. This is a
Twitter
great
video.
thumbnail.
I think I read it.
That the United States was a land where we have the pursuit of happiness. Suppose no matter my chromosomes, today I feel 80% female, 20% male. I'm gonna put on makeup.
Dude, I feel like I'm 8 feet tall. So let's validate that. Am I 8 feet tall?
Yeah, it seems like let's just assume that Neil's not being taken out of context here, and this is just what he said. I don't like the way that that's being phrased. Is that what happens? You wake up and you feel 80%, so you put on 80% female, so you put on makeup and a dress because you felt more female that day?
It's not
I
that
just-
far off from how gender fluid friends have described the situation to me, but Neil hasn't actually managed to say enough that it's clear if he's trying to report on something or if he's trying to make fun of something. Like, fucking Pfizer dude keeps interrupting him so often we can't even get a feel for his tone.
All right, so I'm just gonna go and it's really it's really difficult to speak to something that's clearly being taken out of context. And I did take a glance at Erica at the thing you did, and it's basically it's the same thing. This video has been chopped up by right-wing sources to make Neil look like an idiot. No, it's not. Personally, for me, I don't care if somebody wakes up and feels you. Neil's obviously talking about gender expression here.
Mhm.
And there's a fundamental difference between gender identity and gender expression. What is wrong, actually, with somebody feeling like I'm gonna be butch today or femme today? And when haven't these conversations taken place in popular culture over the course of nearly 70 years? I mean, my God, I grew up with Milton Berle walking down the stairs on the TV, which hardly anybody had, dressed up as a woman. And people were laughing at it. I grew up when Some Like It Hot was a hit movie because of gender bending and roles like that. This has always been a topic of conversation. There's a great film called well, God damn, I'm gonna lose the title. Disclosure. That was produced for Netflix that explores the history of gender as portrayed in popular culture and film from the earliest days of film to the present, and it featuring Laverne Cox, a whole bunch of people. So this isn't anything new. It just happens to be thrust into the political sphere by people with an agenda. So Neil's getting it wrong here, but in the strictest context that we're seeing, yes, but that's not it. And there's a fundamental difference between people who are who want to smash the boundaries of gender expression and people who have a real conflict with gender identity, which is a personal thing. You know, it's not about the clothes. It's about who you are. And that's what's being dismissed. And that's why it feels so painful and hurtful to have people basically say, you're the impossible girl. Or you're the impossible boy. For those of us who were the impossible girl or boy when we were tiny. And we told our parents. And we weren't listened to.
I like the way that you phrased that the distinction between gender expression and gender identity. That made a lot of sense.
And to follow up there, I posted another link. This is one's to Reddit, and this is a purely Neil video. Minute 36 seconds. It's looks like pretty much the rant he went on in this clip here, but unedited, and there's no other commentary along with it. It's more neutral. We can look at it after this if we want to.
It's still not Neil's original because that one is from L Universe. Oh, Jesus Christ. L Universe Explorer. It looks like it says Sex Explorer, but that's just because all the letters are together.
Yeah. I can't seem to find the original, but at least this is kind of the closer to the purest form of the video we can find.
But let's watch this guy's straw man.
Yeah.
Tall, Neil. Please tell me I'm 8 feet tall. I am great. Thank you for. I am definitely 8 feet tall. I feel that way.
I'm gonna do that. Tomorrow I might feel 80% male. I'll remove the makeup and I'll wear a muscle shirt.
This guy, I'm guessing in no other subject would he let feelings override reality or intellectual discourse. Any podcast I've listened to him on before, he's not someone who talks about like, well, your feelings matter. No, it comes from a place of science and logic where it's like, doesn't matter what you feel, here's the reality. But he completely changes his tune, which in my opinion probably means he is someone completely out of integrity, which metaphorically means he sold his soul to do the bidding of the high agenda. And I don't know what his...
The irony hurts so much. I gotta do my spray. Oh, yeah. Like, okay, so I see why he picked Neil specifically, not just because it popped up in the news, but also because Neil has a couple famous clips where he says something to the effect of, the facts don't give a fuck about your feelings. He's done it multiple times. Jackass here can set up the juxtaposition. Oh, in this one case, apparently your feelings matter more than facts.
Yeah.
Well, he's and on top of that, he's conflating a person's expression of themselves or basically their mental state with some type of physical attribute about the person. That's why he's trying to like draw the analogy. I can't be 8 feet tall if I want to be 8 feet tall. It's like, no, you're talking about two separate things there. Like this is not the same thing. Trying to somehow establish that there is some type of like empirical way that you can demonstrate with, concrete evidence that's verifiable about a person's gender or their sexual orientation or even their mental state, like whether they're, say depressed or not, or whether they're happy or not. Like, how do you establish that empirically? And he's trying to make it look like you can.
Well, in fairness, this is coming from the same dude. I forget how long ago, but his first video when he shifted from comedy to dog whistling, his first video was all about that passage from Romans. Everyone knows the truth. Some people just suppress it. Jesus is real. So he really does subscribe to the idea that you can know what is in someone else's mind.
Hmm.
I'd like for him to show me evidence that he actually believes in Jesus.
That would be something.
Yeah.
Payment is what the payoff is. If it's literal money, where whatever business associations he's a part of, if like he has to do this to continue being a part of them, to hold his place in there, or
I think the last report that I read anyway from a very trustable source was, I think Neil made about 10 million off of this video that he did. 10 to
Off of
15 million.
This video specifically?
Yeah, he's making a lot of money off of this video. He's
All
getting
the
rich.
royalties. Licensing it out
Yeah.
to the conservatives to chop it up.
Hey, that's not, you know what? That's not bad. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, well.
does he get money from some organizations to deliberately speak this kind of nonsense? I don't know, but he's obviously out of
the
integrity. because how
NASA
do you do
shill
anything-
conspiracy.
The trans agenda is backed by big money, guys.
that's what-
Who's paying
I
him?
actually have a friend who is who's an engineer at the Kennedy Space Center who's trans. So
that's I'm telling you,
it's big trans is taking over the nation.
big
that's for
big
sure.
big transa.
Yeah. It works
Yeah,
in his case though,
that's-
because he already is a NASA shill. He's getting the the paychecks to hide the truth about flat Earth.
In fact,
Oh wow.
probably got a job at NASA so that this person could put trans nanoprobes onto these rockets that are going to like spread them across our atmosphere, and then everybody will be trans.
Yes, it's intergalactic trans
holy
actually.
shit.
That's
What are we
that's the
uncovering
5G
here?
version of chemtrails.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's you know what? This is going to be a perfect clickbait title, like the Oprah Winfrey one. Neil deGrasse Tyson
Exposed for revealing
exposed.
5G trans nano chemtrails.
You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna play the video and I'm gonna write that down. I'm going to make the video. I swear.
is how you do everything unless you're out of integrity. He's
Why
out
not?
of integrity here.
Why do you care? What business is it of yours to require that I fulfill your inability to think of gender on a spectrum?
Well, one could say, wasn't my responsibility to fulfill your inability to validate your gender? Why do you care? Now, on that question of why do you care, let's go to Twitter or X or whatever. I guess Twitter is now identifies as X, whatever. But on Twitter, where this video clip was
Pronounced
posted is on Patrick Bet-David's
It's
Twitter
pronounced.
account. Now, Patrick Bet-David had Neil deGrasse Tyson on his podcast, and they got into a big debate about the, Fauci shot kind of thing, which was hysterical. And I don't think Neil deGrasse Tyson looked too good. But Patrick Bet-David, who knows Neil deGrasse Tyson, says this. You ask, why do you care? Patrick Bet-David. No one cares how you identify yourself as an adult, Neil deGrasse.
Oh, they're coming after the kids. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
And
Tyson. What
to be clear, people very much do care how you identify as adult.
Yes.
I if they didn't, people would leave people like Stephanie and I the fuck alone.
Yes.
People
They
do,
very,
for the
very,
most
very
part,
much
leave
do
me
care.
alone, which is good. It's just assholes like this guy that, if he ran into me at a restaurant or something and I sat down next to him and had a cup of coffee, we'd strike up a conversation and he wouldn't have any fucking idea who he was talking to. That's the
So-
funny thing about every single one of these people that are so concerned about this or that about trans stuff, and they really don't care. They don't. They don't. They don't. They honestly fucking don't. And I
Patrick-
don't. I mean, I don't bring it up. I mean, it's I talk about it on YouTube on account of the fact that idiots like this have a huge following and get people all concerned about this kind of thing. But for most trans people, they're just trying to live and get by. And go to Starbucks and order the latte or do their thing. It's like, no, most people are just trying to fucking live their lives. They got nothing to do with you getting your panties in a twist and your nuts all clutched up on thinking about people who want to change their sex. It's like, that's bizarre.
Mhm.
What's pissing parents off is when you confuse our kids with opinions over facts. Here's the facts. XY equals male, XX equals female. Stop defending politics, start defending facts. I think that's
Pause
very well
the
said.
fucking
I think
tape.
Patrick
Yep. Again, he's confusing sex and gender.
I don't think he's necessarily
Pause.
confusing the two. He's just completely ignoring gender completely. It's not
Yeah,
even
he's deliberately
completely
conflating them
ignoring sex
because
completely.
politics.
Yeah.
And
Him and they're
yeah,
one and the
it-
He's
same.
completely ignoring sex
As
completely.
we've all ranted, chromosome
Sex
does
is
not
not-
equal sex.
Sex is not a binary. It's a bimodal. What's the phrase? It's a bimodal distribution because there are instances of chromosomal differences, anomalies, you might say, within the species Homo sapiens that can lead to various outcomes as far as differences between karyotype and phenotype. The results are not necessarily 100% of the time the same. And when you talk about biological sex, what does it consist of? It's not just chromosomes, it's the genes on the chromosomes that determine what things are activated, what proteins are activated in the entire organism to produce characteristics that are identifiably to human beings as female versus male. I mean, you can go into primary sex characteristics, ovaries, testes, but all of these organs are homologous between both sexes, and the determination as to which pathway they go down is determined by factors in utero that are not simply chromosomal or even genetic. They have to do with the hormone balances in utero that aren't even part of the fetus's development process. They may have something to do with the mother's hormonal balance that gets across the placental barrier. There's a whole complex of biological factors that go into what makes a human being. Science is complicated. Biology is complicated. It's not as simple as people want to make it. So to tell me I'm not a biological woman is to tell me that my hormonal structure is male. It's not. It's a fact. It's to tell me that it's to tell me that my cells didn't allow me to grow breasts. It's to tell me a number of things that are just simply physically untrue.
Yeah.
And so we can talk about sex as being binary, but it doesn't work in real life. And Stephen Woodford, Rationality Rules, made a whole thing about sex as a binary, and which he corrected after talking for 30 minutes about how sex is binary. He corrected it and say, no, it's bimodal. He was covering his talk with Forrest Valkai, and says, no, it's bimodal. But he's just, the guy has 300,000 views. He puts it out there. No, sex is binary. His audience hears it's binary. Does anybody read the comments? I don't know. Maybe not. But this is the problem. Neil deGrasse Tyson's doing the same damn thing. So he's talking about stuff he really doesn't know about, and he shouldn't. You know, you want to talk about, you want to be an ally to trans people, listen to what they have to say and dig into the topic deeply before you come out and say stuff that's not going to be entirely accurate.
This tweet that he's posting here too. This is going back to the very simplistic view of, you know, these topics, and people are very resistant to these types of social changes because they want to think that they have things figured out, or they rely on these ancient holy books to, you know, dictate, oh yeah, God made man a woman. Simple as that. They want to rely on things because there's no thinking involved. It is not messy. It's clean cut. And that's just not how life is. But I'm pretty confident he's going to point to this. He's pointing to this tweet as if it's representative of fact, you know. And going into what Stephanie just said, like, it's not. It's there's so many things involved here that we just begun scratching the surface on discovering exactly what's going on here. It socially, like from a social exploration standpoint, it's an exciting time to live in because we're learning new things about ourselves. It's also kind of scary because there's a lot of contention around this, and real people are being ostracized and shunned by their families, and even in some parts of the world killed over, you know, expressing their true selves.
And a cis woman was killed 2 days ago in Bakersfield or somewhere outside LA.
The clothing store
simply
owner,
flying, for simply flying a pride flag at her place of business.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate thing that's bad about this. It's, you know, we can talk about the differences between, you know, is sex binary, is it bimodal, all of this stuff. At the end of the day, people are getting killed over this issue.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's because these fucknuts are working people into a tizzy for political gain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I've done quite a few videos on that exact topic actually. These guys make, you know, quick little YouTube videos. They get clicks, they get views, but like you just said, people are actually dying.
That David has a very excellent mind on him. He sees well, he expresses perspective well, and I think this is a very excellent little rebuttal to woke nonsense that Neil deGrasse Tyson is passing off. I don't even think he's dumb enough to try to pass it off as science. He just knows, hey, I'm a figurehead of science, so if I say nonsense, it'll be easy for some sheeple to be convinced that what I'm saying is actually scientifically validated because I'm a man of science. But when a man of science speaks complete imaginary lunacy, it doesn't mean it's science. It just means we're trying to convince people of it. So with that said, Neil deGrasse Tyson, I want you to know I don't put any weight in anything you have to say anymore. But I love the way you speak. You're very charismatic and loud and amplify your voice. Got a great...
Again.
Oh, where's that irony button? I need that one again.
No self-awareness. Yeah.
Yeah. You're very loud and charismatic, and I like the way you speak.
Yeah. He used the word sheeple.
Yeah,
Come on,
yeah.
Rob.
That's
Sheeple,
another.
really?
Isn't it great how that whole thing, it started with wake up sheeple, but now the woke people are also the sheeple. Like, the fuck do you want, my guy?
Yeah.
But what do you expect from a person with an IQ that is 1/10 of Neil deGrasse Tyson's?
Right.
Rhythm. You're entertaining to watch, at least. And I appreciate you, my beautiful freedom-loving friend, watching this video with me as we call out some woke absurdities. And I look forward to seeing you on our next video. But before you go, I want to tell you about something you can't live without. Probably can't.
Nah.
Oh, it's time for the sponsors.
He's a salesman.
If he's shilling for a product, we'll end it.
Hopefully it's not a hair product.
I'll tell you this, my friend. Health
Here it
equals
is.
freedom.
This son of a bitch has sponsors. I'm gonna get mad now.
Brought to you by
Well,
He's gonna sell his product.
Wow.
It's Alex Jones
Yeah,
2.0 right
exactly.
here, guys.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, man.
whatever this
I love the
gym is,
soundboard.
don't go to it.
Yeah.
Unless
Rebellion?
you're Steven Crowder.
What if there's a sign above that gym? No sheeple allowed.
Oh
Oh
my
my
god.
goodness.
That was bad.
Okay. All right. You guys up for one more? You want to end it? I got all night. I don't want to take up too much of your
Sure.
time.
We should do a religious one.
Yeah, let's do religious. Let's try to find a short one here. Okay, this one's Institute for Creation Research. Where did our sun come from?
Oh,
The
boy.
sun was created recently. It's only 14 minutes long.
Ooh, is that
Let's give it a-
Jason Lyles hangout?
Well, that guy's was only 7 minutes long. It's half an hour.
Yeah.
But that's because
Um,
you had me on the stream, and I can't.
No, I love the engagement and I love the conversation, but with or without you here, it would make no difference. I mean, I did the video that I did some time ago. I don't recall exactly. It was only It was a 5-minute video, and I had a 27-minute video out of it. So I bled with the best of them. But
Oh,
Yeah,
quick
glad to have you,
aside
Stephanie, because
before.
I'm sorry, Amber. I'm just a learner when it comes to trans issues. I want to, for the most part, stay out of the way and listen and learn. So when folks like you talk, I'm really happy because I can learn from somebody who is living that life and experiencing the hardships that come with it. So yeah, I really appreciate it.
Yeah, Steph has much wisdom. But the thing I wanted to say was it's been a
I'm
little
just an
while.
old idiot.
So we need to plug the Nara. So if you're new here, if you're watching on one of the other streams, make sure you subscribe
right.
to Nara. Because
yes,
stuff like
please
this
do. I
happens
greatly
from time to
appreciate
time.
it. Yeah, just
Also,
a random impromptu live.
Didn't I hear you set up a Patreon? Did you finally get around to doing that?
I did set up a Patreon. So what I've done for a long time, and I'm not saying that I do this a lot, but I do try to help out as much as I can. So I am a sole proprietor of a landscaping business. I'm my only employee. But I do offer free services to people in my community, and I'm going to shift that. The Patreon will be something different. It won't be focused on religion or I get into politics every once in a while. The Patreon, I think, is going to be focused on that because people love watching that stuff. These kind of transformations and helping out the community. But it is all one and the same. Yeah, I did just set up a Patreon. So if you're interested, yeah, definitely.
I've seen videos along the lines of what you're talking about, like front lawn transformation videos, basically turning a big overgrown mess into something that's beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, and and I've never once thought to record it. But I mean, it's people really, really appreciate it. I mean, when you don't have the ability, and I could give a shit what my lawn looks like, but the city does.
Yeah.
And they will come down on you and they will give you fines, and you already couldn't afford to get it taken care of in the first place, and now you have fines stacked on top of this. So I mean, people genuinely appreciate this, and I was like, you know what? Why not? Of course, I never charge for any of this, but I was like, why not bring in some entertainment value out of it? So we'll see how it goes. But yes, I did set up a Patreon. If you're interested, I would be happy to have you.
Cool.
That is very, very cool.
All right, where were you? Where did the sun come from? I think Ember, and this should be good. This should be good.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Creation Podcast, the show where we discuss the science that confirms Scripture. I'm your host, Trey, and my guest today is Dr.
Only
Jay
the
Huber.
science that confirms Scripture.
Yeah. Okay, so this is a new scientist on me. I haven't seen this guy before.
Dr. Jake Hibbert.
It's also
Hey, wait.
seems to be the perfect example of the smooth, reasonable delivery of utter bullshit.
As is often
and
the case.
Isn't the Institution of Creation Research, aren't they all research science? The Institution for Creation Research scientist and physicist. All right.
ICR research scientist and physicist. It's a pleasure to have you here, Dr. Jake.
Thanks for having me.
So today we're going to be talking about something that we're all very familiar with, at least those of us who go outside sometimes during the day. That big yellow ball in the sky, our sun. Certain both secular and creation scientists agree that it is very important to life, correct?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, the energy from the sun, obviously it gives us light during the day. That energy, the plants use it to grow. And so, yeah, it's a big deal. It's kind of important. Yeah.
I would say it's a big deal.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. So the question then is, how old do secular astronomers claim that the sun is?
Well, they would say it's about 4.6 billion years old, roughly the same age as the Earth, a little bit older than the Earth.
No, a little bit. Yeah.
Well, he put it at like what would that be? Roughly 200 million years before Earth was created. The sun was created.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I don't think is even close to. Yeah.
It's difficult to put an exact peg on it because, a rocky planet like this forms from accretion. So at what point do you call the Earth as being here?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Space.com does put the
solar nebula, the whole condensation of the solar nebula is like, I'm not sure exactly what I'm not an astronomer or physicist, but I don't think that maybe he's right. Let's give him the credit. Let's say he's right.
Space.com does put the sun at around 4.6 billion years ago. And it's part of an accretion disk. You get hydrogen and dust collecting together. The hydrogen collapses in on itself because of gravity, and you have the sun.
Right.
Yeah, so it's about right. So he's representing island science fairly accurately so far.
So far.
Yeah, that's strange. I mean, is that accurate that the sun is roughly 100 million years or so older than the Earth? But I guess, like you said, what do you consider Earth?
Well, it depends on what you mean by the Earth, on account of the fact that you got the moon and the whole and Theris hitting the Earth, and splitting off and having the moon, and it's like, what do you mean exactly?
Yeah, I'm unfamiliar with how long it takes for dust in an accretion disk to collect into planets, but I imagine the more dust you have and the more planets you have forming, the faster it would be, is what I would assume. But I mean,
I think Azo has it right here. It's
Mhm.
pancakes and sausage.
it's
Makes more
essentially,
sense.
yeah. Anyway, Google, like I said, Google's placing the sun at 4.6 and the Earth at 4.55 ish. So 450 million years, according
All
to
right.
Google.
All
But it's
right.
fine. I mean,
But
what's a couple 100 million years? It's not a big deal.
Age is coming from radioactive dating of
That's not true. You don't determine the age by radioactive dating.
Not the sun.
Radioactive dating of
We-
what?
We don't have access to any of the sun's goodies.
Yeah.
but that age is roughly the same age as the Earth, a little bit older than the Earth.
Yeah, yeah. He's
but
referring
that
to the sun.
age is coming from radio.
Again, I'm so far from knowledgeable on.
I
on,
honestly
but
think
I have
he's-
some.
I honestly think he's shifting from. He's talking about he's talking about the sun's age and the
Yeah.
Earth's age relative to each other, but I think he's talking about radioactive dating in the context of dating the Earth. I think he's
Right.
slightly
I don't-
shifting to talk
I
about
don't
the
think
Earth at this
so.
point.
Yeah,
It's
I
about
think he is.
4.
Astronomers
Let's listen to a
claim
full
that the
sentence.
sun is.
Well, they would say it's about 4.6 billion years old.
The sun.
Roughly the same age as the Earth, a little bit older than the Earth.
Okay.
But that age is coming from radioactive dating of meteorites. Okay. And so obviously we don't think radioisotope dating methods are trustworthy. So we don't really think that age really has anything to do with reality.
We don't think they're trustworthy because they
it's kinda
disagree with our book.
Yep.
That's what he just meant.
Now that we're at a little pause point, I just want to say how unbelievably weird it is that the Institute for Creation Research shows as part of their logo something that obviously looks like an image of the DNA molecule.
Helix. Yeah.
The
Oh, that's
double
deliberate,
helix. Yeah, I mean, it's like really.
They're like, we're
fuckface.
extra sciencey.
Okay,
Just look at the logo.
So here on solar-center.stanford.edu, the age of the sun can be estimated from the ages obtained from radioactive dating of the oldest meteorites. This may seem odd at first, but in fact, it is extremely likely that the solar system, the sun and the planets and the asteroids, formed as one unit. Therefore, the age of the sun should be close to the age of the meteorites, which can be found using the method of radioactive dating. So he's accurate so far, according to Stanford.
What do they know?
What do they know?
Funny, there was a well-known solar astronomer named John Eddy, who years ago was interviewed in this science magazine, and he said, I think we could live with an age of 6,000 years for the Earth and Sun. He said there's not too much in the way of observational data in astronomy to conflict with that. Now, he believed it was 4.6 billion years old.
Of course, the Earth just poofed
but
into
he
existence.
recognized
Yep.
that there's not really a reason to say that it has to be that old. Now, he also said something that was very interesting. He also said in that same interview, he said that the astronomers take their cues from the paleontologists. Now,
Yeah.
you could quibble and say, well, really, he's still
Scientists
taking
of
it from
different
the
fields
geol-
work together.
What?
Unheard of.
Perhaps a good theory is one that is supported by multiple fields of science.
Right.
Crazy idea.
But
So-
yeah, we know what he means. Yeah, and that's true. That's absolutely true. They're taking their cues from the Earth scientists who are telling them
Those
that the
dastardly
Earth
Earth
and the sun are
scientists.
this old, and they're
Like, what's his point with this? Like, he's saying that they don't
Well,
really
you
know,
know-
they're just following the lead of this other field? Like, what is he getting at
His
with this?
his point is that radiometric dating is unreliable, which
okay.
is garbage because
Well-
that's physics.
I'm going to guess that he's going to go into how unreliable carbon dating is. That's my prediction.
which is very different than radiometric.
And
dating.
if
He may
yeah,
well
so he's
do,
gonna.
but that's not argon. That's not
Carbon dating is limited to, I think,
Right.
less than 100,000 years.
Yeah. And I think that's what he's
50,000
gonna do.
years,
He's gonna say that since the age of the Earth is based off of the age of, or the age of the sun is based off the age of the Earth, and the age of the Earth is so unreliable, it's a flawed building block. That's just a prediction.
Yeah,
I'm
but
making.
nobody measures the age of rocks on the Earth on the basis of carbon dating.
Yeah,
Nobody
but
does.
this is the Institute for
Well,
Creation Research, so I think that's how it's going to be.
Creation
Yeah,
Steve
because
Olson
it's
does.
like, well, if this measure is unreliable, then
Mhm.
every other measure is unreliable, which is complete fallacy to begin with. What are you talking about?
That's just where I think he's going with it. We'll see.
Before they're taking that over into astronomy.
That kind of seems backwards, doesn't it? A little bit.
Yeah, well, it seems like most people just kind of assume the other guys got the evidence.
Right.
And when we point out that there's circular reasoning, a lot of people have trouble believing it. But when you do digging, you find, it's like this guy is assuming this guy has a good argument, and the other guy is assuming another guy has a good argument. And what you find, a lot of these ages are not well supported.
It's a big
He's
old game of
describing
he
Christian
said, she said.
apologetics.
Right.
Well, that's
Yep, he's getting a
unfortunate.
citation and a straw man, because that's not at all what happens. These scientists can read each other's papers. They know how to read journal articles.
Whereas the notion that a big white guy with a huge flowing beard in the sky
Who's definitely male.
suddenly said, "Let there be light," and created the light before the sun, and after the plants, and it's like that's altogether so well supported, my friend. What the hell are you talking
I
about?
actually think that's going to be his argument, is that we can clearly see in Genesis that the earth was created before the sun. So checkmate, atheists.
Yeah. But in a nutshell, what he's essentially doing here is he's basically saying that the astronomers are relying on the quote Earth scientists
Mhm.
and just simply trusting that they know what they're talking about and just using their numbers, and then and vice versa, back and forth. And it's just everybody just expressing confidence in their findings, and hey, that's just good enough for us. He's completely ignoring peer review, testability, multiple lines and multiple experimentations that lead to the same conclusions. Isn't just radiometric dating. There's other things involved that are confirming and corroborating the findings and the evidence. And he's basically just trying to just paint all these scientists as, they're just all hand waving and trusting each other. And it's like, that's completely poisoning the well when it comes to what science actually does.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any idea how these secular astronomers say that the sun formed?
Well, they claim it formed from this big cloud of gas and dust. They
Like we observe all kinds of
there's
other
something called
stars
the
doing right
nebular
now.
hypothesis or nebular theory.
Yeah,
There's different
well-
variations of it. It's changed a lot over the years, but in its essence, they basically claim everything formed from this rotating cloud of gas and dust.
Called an
And
accretion
so,
disk.
of course, we don't think that's right. God made
He's a
everything in 6
pro-physicist,
days, like the
guys.
Bible says.
I mean,
Hey,
it could be he's dumbing down the science for your regular viewer, which is fine. But like they say that this is how the sun formed. He's not saying this is how stars form, which is what the sun is. We have numerous accretion disks on record of stars forming. We have stellar nurseries we can look at, and we can see stars forming. The sun is one of those stars. He's trying to simply say, well, we haven't seen the sun do this. They claim the sun did this.
I mean,
Yeah.
But were you there?
Eric, Galileo said it at his trial before he was sentenced to home confinement. Nevertheless, it moves.
Yeah.
He's about to do
Nevertheless, it
the
moves.
He's about to do the exact thing that you said he was going to do, Ember. I don't know if you heard it. I rewound it just a few seconds, but he literally says, well, the Bible says.
Basically claim everything formed from this rotating cloud of gas and dust. And so, of course, we don't think that's right. God made everything in 6 days, like the Bible says, and he made the heavenly bodies, including the sun, on day 4 of the creation week.
Absolutely. Okay. So we know that the sun was created by God on day 4. And we know
Can we
from
stop for a second?
our...
How do you know that?
Exactly. They spent 3 minutes discussing how science believes this thing and how they come to those conclusions. And then they took 5 seconds to say, but we believe this because book. And that is literally everything they just brought to the table for their position.
I really need a Bible graphic, something.
Yeah.
Well,
Studies
I don't
of
need
the
the
Bible,
Bible
the
graphic.
biblical
I've
time-
got the fucking Bible right here, my son. I can look it up. I'll tell you right now how it all happened. I might need my glasses, which, by the way, are not natural. I don't even know where they are. But you know, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Well, there you have
Awesome. That's some awesome strawberry jam there, Ember.
Hell yeah.
It says, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness,
It was void and not redeemable in all 50 states.
was upon the face of the deep.
What?
We could have had it all. Oh.
So clearly,
rolling
as you
in
said,
the
as you pointed out, I don't know, Dr. Ember, if it was you, but apparently the Earth was here before the sun.
Yep.
How
That's so
can-
right in the book.
how can a-
could we question?
How can a thing that supposedly exists be formless and void? Like, you're referring to the earth, but it is like, what exactly was it if it was formless?
Yeah.
Don't you think? I mean, I have
Pancake batter.
I
Well,
have
that has a
another,
form, though.
I have another book that I actually like a lot more as far as myths are concerned.
Ooh, what if it's
Really, I
Bible
wonder where my glasses
prophecy?
are.
Like, it was basically, we would perceive it as empty space, but it was actually all the dust and particles and shit that would accrete into the earth.
Well, yeah, but he refers to it already as the earth. Well, not he. The Bible
Well, he
refers
exists
to
outside
it.
of time. Of course, he's seeing in chronologically, I guess, anachronistically.
Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. Who can say?
Time scale is about 6,000 years. So instead of a sun that is billions of years old, we have a sun that's several thousand years old.
Right.
So a question there for you then is, what evidence do we have to support a young sun?
That's right. Prove it, fucker.
There's one particular piece of evidence, and that is something called the young faint sun paradox, or the faint young sun paradox. And
go away, you
it's kind of ironic. The late Dr. Carl Sagan was one of the first people to point this out, and he's well known for talking about billions and billions
Right.
of years. But he pointed
Yes,
out,
Sagan
based
believed
on
in
their
science.
ideas of
So this whole thing, Jason Lyle talks about this too, is that the sun is very, very slowly getting hotter as it ages. So go backwards in time a couple of billion years. At the dawn of the solar system, the sun only had about 75% of its current luminosity. And when life was really starting to get going on Earth, about a billion years in, it was something like 80 to 83% of its current luminosity. And that means the Earth was not in the happy little Goldilocks zone that everyone likes to talk about so much. But the problem with that hypothesis is the Goldilocks zone is and always has been bullshit to get liquid water, the necessary ingredient for life, it's not a certain distance from the sun. It's a combination of temperature and pressure. Boyle's law comes into effect. So you don't need to be X distance from the sun. You just need an atmosphere with the right configuration to make liquid water possible. We can do that with higher temperatures here, like a molten cooling Earth might have, or higher air pressure, which an outgassing Earth would definitely produce. So, yeah.
That's an awesome explanation.
Yeah.
There was Eru, the one who in Arda is called Iluvatar, and he made first the Ainur, the holy ones that were the offspring of his thought, and they were with him before aught else was made, and he spoke to them, propounding to them themes of music, and they sang before him, and he was glad. But for a long while they sang only each alone, but a few together, while the rest hearkened, for each comprehended only that part of the mind of Iluvatar from which he came, and in the understanding of their brethren they grew but slowly. And then Iluvatar spoke, and he said, "Mighty are the Ainur, and mightiest among them is Melkor. But that he may know, and that all Ainur, that I am Iluvatar, those things ye have sung, I will show them forth, and ye may see what you have done. And thou, Melkor, shall see that no theme may be played that hath not been its uttermost source in me, nor can any alter the music in my despite. For he that attempteth this shall prove but mine instrument in the devising of things more wonderful, which he himself hath not imagined." But when they came into the void, Iluvatar said to them, "Behold your music." And he showed to them a vision, giving to them a sight where before there was only hearing, and they saw a new world made visible for them, and it was globed amid the void, and it was sustained therein, but not of it. And they looked and wondered, and as they looked and wondered, this world began to unfold its history, and it seemed to them that it lived and grew.
Well, I'm sold. Sign me up.
There you go. I'm buying Iluvatar and the Ainur.
Yep, that is a much better creation myth.
Yeah. The Wikipedia page.
That's Silmarillion right there.
Nice.
See, I'm holding the Silmarillion and the Bible.
Red pill, blue pill.
Bible.
But
Do
in
you
a nutshell,
know that exact action resulted in the destruction of 10,000 Peruvian honor guards? When the conquistadors made it to Peru, the emperor came out with his honor guards to see who the fuck are these people walking into my capital dressed in shiny turtle shells and shit. And their friar dude who was with the conquistadors came forward and presented the emperor with a Bible, but the language barrier, right? So the emperor dude takes the Bible, looks at it, obviously can't read it, so chucks it on the ground. And the friar was so offended. He's like, he disposes of things of God and holiness on the ground. Kill them all. And so they did. So yeah, chucking a Bible on the ground.
It's like they were looking for an excuse to kill them.
Almost.
Just to end cap the explanation Ember gave earlier about the faint young sun paradox. According to Wikipedia, proposed resolutions to this paradox have taken into account greenhouse effects, changes to planetary albedo, astrophysical influences, and a combination of these suggestions. It turned out that the greenhouse gas carbon dioxide contributed most. And then it links to a NASA Lunar Science Institute Catastrophic Impacts on Earth's History video lecture as support of that. So whether one or some of these or none of these are true, there's explanations in science to talk about what he's going over right here, which
geology is most helpful here. As you know, we're constantly looking for super ancient rocks, like 4 billion years plus. And we found
Yeah.
some in Canada, we found some in Australia.
Yeah, those are cool rocks.
Yeah. And when we find a sedimentary rock, sometimes there's air pockets trapped in the rock. And the composition of those air pockets can give us a glimpse of what Earth's atmosphere was like at the time the rock formed.
Yeah.
And yeah, early Earth had an atmosphere a lot like Venus's, not as thick, but similar elemental composition, which means very, very high CO2. It wasn't until plants showed up and well, not even plants. It was the anaerobic bacteria.
Stromatolites. It was the stromatolites. The stromatolites put all the oxygen and caused a global catastrophe.
Yeah, almost oxygen poisoned all life out of existence because there was so much CO2 they just went nuts on it.
But let's see.
But
About
I mean,
how stars change over time. They think that billions of years ago, the sun would have been only about, the brightness would have only been about 70% what it is today.
Okay.
And as a result, the Earth would have been receiving a lot less sunlight, and the Earth would have been much colder. I mean, it would basically have been freezing. Now, the problem for them, the reason they call this a paradox, is most evolutionists think that Earth has been warm throughout Earth history. Now, there's some of them who are changing. You know, that you've now got people talking about snowball Earths and things like
Right.
that. But most of them would say that for the most part, it's
Different
been
epoch.
pretty warm. You know, the temperature has been warm.
Yeah, I like how this guy that's interviewing him just with no objection, just like, yep, that's correct, right?
But they're
No
both
pushback.
getting well paid to.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They're both
Smile and
lined up
wave,
on
you
they're
know.
both lined up on their agenda.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially at the times when life was supposedly just getting started. So what you have is you have one part of the evolutionary story is contradicting another part, but this is not a problem if the sun is just, say, 6,000 years old, because you don't really expect the sun's brightness to change much over just a few thousand years.
It's not a contradiction.
because,
It's
you know,
a
the sun is-
paradox. I can see how he would think it is, but it's not a contradiction. It's perhaps conflicting evidence that could potentially be reconciled if we have more information.
Conflicting if you deliberately go out of your way to misunderstand it.
Yeah,
which
he's
is
using-
exactly what he did.
He's using contradiction here very irresponsibly.
Is powered by nuclear fusion, and you can make it, and you know, you would think if you give it enough time, there are going to be changes in the
Right.
sun. Okay, the brightness
Mhm.
will change, but you don't expect that to happen over just 6,000 years, and so it doesn't prove that the sun.
Pause for a
is-
sec. So he's right, because we've observed enough stars. We know that there will be changes to the sun's brightness as it ages. Here's the thing, though. You cannot get a star like our sun to be in the state it is in just a few thousand years. It has to be over 4 billion years old.
Yeah.
It's like wine. You can't just have a bottle of wine unless you're Jesus, I guess. You have to age the wine. You have to go through the fermentation process. To get the sun like it is, you need the time. And he can't explain that.
Yeah,
Without
and-
magic, anyway.
Yeah, he
Well,
would
yeah,
simply have
God.
to say that God created the sun midway through a natural star's life cycle.
Mhm.
Exactly. And, you know, and it's like, well, he says he tips his hat to nuclear fusion, which clearly there's no, I have scanned as you can see, this is, you know, a dog-eared Bible. I've read it a number of times. I never ran across either nuclear fission or fusion in the Bible.
Weird, right?
But he seems to tip his hat to that, at the same time basically saying all life on Earth would somehow just went poof, and here we are.
Well, it's essentially what they are saying. It's God magicked
Yeah.
everything into existence. You know,
It's
in
everything got
so many days. Yeah.
magicked, and it's just, you know, what? Huh? but yet there is nuclear fusion, but there's no evolution, but there's this, but there's that. It's like you need to leave out a tremendous number of observable and observed facts about the universe to hold these beliefs. You need to dismiss them or hand wave them away magically somehow or another, or or entirely deny them. Much like you have to do the same thing with modern observations about that's why the irony of these people using the double helix as a symbol is profound, because nobody knew about the double helix until 1953.
Yeah, if only the
And
Bible
it's not in the
told us.
Bible, and it's not anywhere, and the code is not anywhere, and the argumentation that people make about, well, the genetic code and this and that, and that's an obvious inference. It's like, how do you get computers to code and all of this other stuff? Nobody knew it even fucking existed until the 1950s, and the way people became aware of the fact that it does exist is through science. And they're sitting there saying scientists are all trying to deceive you. Well, you still have to reckon with the fact that, but yet, it moves. Like Galileo said, see those four things? They are going around Jupiter.
Yep, not the Earth.
And the Pope said, bullshit, you're confined to your home. And we can't even fucking find a way to confine a guy who tried to overthrow the government of the United States to his goddamn estate in Florida. Because these fuckfaces are all saying, but it doesn't move.
Keeps things interesting.
Sorry, I got political.
It happens. It happens. But
I love politics.
Additionally, not only do they have to ignore a huge chunk of science, but the chunk of science they ignore depends on the subject they're talking about. They're exactly like flat earthers insofar as there is no single coherent model. Every single explanation contradicts their other explanations for things.
Young, but it's a pretty good argument against it being billions of years old.
So
now,
just one more moment here. So we paused in the middle of his last statement. He explicitly said, so this is not proof that the sun is young. It's just a piece of evidence. So he's not claiming this is a home run thing. But yeah.
Well, didn't he just say that it's strong evidence? So
pretty good argument.
Pretty good argument.
Now, they will try to get around this.
It's also a pretty good argument that a unicorn shot out the sun 6,000 years ago.
This is true.
You'll see popular science news articles where they claim we've solved the young faint sun paradox. But then a year later, they come out and say, oops, no, we didn't solve it after all.
My bad.
And then there's another, come out a couple of years later, another one saying, well, we think maybe this will work. And then a year later, no, that doesn't work either. One thing they try to say is that
I mean, shock and surprise,
where's
right?
your evidence that God did it?
I got a book.
I'm just like,
but
Mark Reed had a very weak opponent in his most recent modern day debates thing, like evolution versus creation,
but
which was crazy. But where's your argument that God did it? I don't see it. Bring it somehow.
And he's being very disingenuous when it comes to how describing the process of science and how science is trying to find an answer. He's trying to say, oh, science said they found the answer. And then a year later, oh, no, it wasn't that. Oh, and then they did it again. And then a year later, oh, no, it wasn't that. it's impossible off of this
Because
clip to
science holds
tell.
out the possibility of being wrong
Yeah,
and correcting itself.
But this is classic creationist Christian anti-science rhetoric, where he's trying to paint science as something that confidently asserts things.
Mhm.
Like, it is this, we have figured it out, moving on. It is this, figuring it out, moving it on. And that's not what science is. Anything in science can be revisited and revised and even overturned with the appropriate amount of evidence. This is how science functions, and it has to function this way in order for us to have everything we have today. And these schmucks, and this guy in particular at this point, is trying to paint this as some type of flaw in the design, or some
Right.
type of deficiency of science, when it is actually its greatest strength.
Mhm.
And he's like just completely misrepresenting it, because he's basically saying we can't trust scientists; they're constantly changing their minds about things. It's really difficult to see this coming from a guy who has a doctor in front of his name. Like, he should understand this.
And you know, I've got to bring it out. The elephant in the room is here. The elephant in the room has arrived. This idiot wouldn't be fucking talking to hundreds of thousands of people if it weren't for the fact that people figured out what how the universe works on the quantum level, because his goddamn semiconductors wouldn't fucking work.
Yep.
God didn't make the semiconductor. We figured out some really bizarre things that are not immediately obvious and are certainly not revealed in this thing here. You know, we figured this stuff out. And it's like, well, you know, people claim this, that, and the other thing. Well, you have the opportunity to rather be standing on a street corner somewhere on a soapbox, sitting in your goddamn studio and preaching to hundreds of thousands of people all over the damn globe bullshit about some guys, your theory that instead of actual natural forces working together to create this wondrous thing that we can all see with our own eyes. I do enjoy looking at the trees, but I enjoy even more the fact that the trees are part of a world that I am a part of. And it didn't require creation, and it didn't require any of this stuff. It's just a happy coincidence. And I'm just privileged to be able to look at the trees and even your ugly mug, because we're able to figure out how to make it all work.
And it is a truly
You
ugly
have
mug.
so little faith in mankind. So little faith in mankind. That's what drives me crazy about these God botherers. They've got so little faith in their fellow man that they're willing to throw away their fellow man in hatred and despisal. They don't show compassion. They rely on some text to show them the true way to be goat herds instead of brothers.
Well said.
Greenhouse gases on the primordial Earth were much more abundant, and so that helped to warm things up. One of the big problems with that, though, is that it would take, I mean, you're just saying that basically the greenhouse gases would have to adjust themselves over billions of years just the right amount to exactly balance the solar radiation and to give you a roughly uniform temperature. And that would be miraculous.
Yeah.
It would be a
That would be miraculous.
And that's not what that solution is proposing. It's not saying it's in perfect balance.
Yeah, first of
It's
all,
a happy accident.
he has a problem with miracles all of a sudden. Did God not do that?
That would be a miracle.
Second, yes, biological feedback. It's a self-adjusting system, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
If conditions get too warm, shit starts dying off and the processes slow down. If shit goes back into spec, then it speeds back up again.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll give us the numbers that he's referring to,
Yeah.
the perfect balance.
He's also trying to tackle these possible explanations in isolation when it could be a combination of a few of them working together.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Especially since they think climate sensitivity
and
is high. Okay.
And from a naturalist standpoint, we're one planet of billions, one roll of the die, when it comes to having a planet that develops life. We may have lots of planets out there that don't get the right balance of stuff, and their sun is cold starting off with, and they don't form life. With all the billions of planets out there, and with all the with all the chances of this occurring in the right order, the planet that develops life and develops intelligent life will be the planet that had those things happen, so that these people can the people that are there can question about this. Like, this is, even if it is highly improbable, we have so many planets to give this a try on, that it's not going to be really shocking that maybe a few planets actually succeeded and the balance was right throughout the whole process. So he's trying to appeal to chance here when we have lots and lots of chances, considering how many galaxies we know of and how many planets are going to be each one of those galaxies. So this is just, he's just
Right,
blowing
and
hot air
it's
at this
the-
point.
It's the whole anthropic principle, which is a more of a philosophical question. It's like, well, we don't have another universe to compare ourselves to. So what are the chances? Well, apparently they're 100%. Yeah, it's like the chances are 100% because we are in fact here. And then you can go down that rabbit hole as, are you a brain in a vat and all of that other stuff. But it's all nonsense, really. It's all nonsense, because what the scientific project is engaged in is trying to figure these things out. And what this is engaged in is basically trying to cut off those lines of inquiry for us to develop further knowledge. And if we'd followed if we'd followed this instruction manual as to the ones that we've been able to figure out over time, we would not be talking like this at 3 o'clock in the morning. And he wouldn't be sitting in front of a Shure microphone because it wouldn't work.
So, they've convinced themselves that our climate is very sensitive, and that small changes can have big effects. So when you say that the climate is sensitive to like that, it makes the problem even worse.
Right. Jesus.
And but the better explanation
Climate
is
science
that the
deniers.
Earth is not billions of years old. The sun is not billions of years old. And you just haven't had that big a change in brightness over the last 6,000 years.
Okay.
I'm gonna need a
well, I have heard.
I mean, you can go wah. I don't wanna, but until you can prove it, I'm not gonna believe you, buddy.
And here's another thing too. Global warming is not going to destroy life on this planet. It may kill us off, or it may make us very difficult to survive, but it's not going to kill off life. Life's going to adapt just fine. There's probably a very wide margin that you can have temperatures be in, and life will be just fine. We are worried about climate change now because it directly threatens us humans. We don't say it's going to directly threaten life. Yeah, so he's completely blowing out of proportion what climate change is all about in order to attack both.
Yeah, and we're idiots to not recognize the fact that this poses a severe threat. Hopefully these guys' studios is in Miami, which will be underwater when
It's got concrete walls. It might be a bunker. He's in. Could be waterproof.
Which, apologies to anybody listening from Florida, but
Dallas, Texas.
Well, they can move.
Makes sense because
they can sell them to who, Ben?
Yeah.
Fucking Aquaman.
Dr. Jake's PhD is from Dallas University, so it tracks that his institute is also in Dallas.
Okay.
heard personally that the size of the sun is actually changing year over year. Is that accurate?
I don't think so. I
Okay.
don't know if we could measure it. There was a popular idea that this among creationists that the sun was being powered by a gravitational collapse. I think most creationists now agree that it's getting a big hunk of its energy is coming from nuclear fusion. I don't.
They finally agree with the
A
sun.
big-
So
a big hunk
this
of
is
its
an
energy.
area.
Really?
This is an
Guy got
area
a
where we can
degree?
turn the
I'd like
tables.
to read his thesis.
Yeah, wow, they just stole that credit.
Yeah, yeah. Because they're still creationists. I'm thinking of Matt Powell especially. But for a very long time, the creationists thought it was a big fucking ball of fire burning in space. So they
Well,
changed their
that's the
tune on
Jerry Lee
that.
Lewis theory. I mean, I know that one.
But also, it's not possible for the sun to not change size because it's conducting fusion, not to mention solar flares and coronal mass ejections. It's literally burning mass to create sunlight. It cannot not get smaller.
This guy is a personified child of Pekin.
You're not wrong.
Nothing to do with his arguments, but I'm not above poking fun at appearances sometimes.
Well, I mean, it's not even an appearance thing. I mean, there is a resemblance, but it's more like an attitude thing. Like,
a striking
he
resemblance.
wants to help take over the world, but
I
also
see what you're
thinks
saying.
he's the smartest guy he's ever met.
Goodness.
I'm not aware that there's any evidence that it's contracting. I could be wrong. I'm not an astronomer.
Equals
But most
MC squared,
creationists don't
bitch.
have a problem with.
When you convert mass into energy, you lose mass.
The idea that the sun's powered by nuclear fusion. But the reason they were kind of excited about the idea of gravitational collapse is that it could provide a lot of energy, but not for billions of years.
Right.
And so we were thinking, well, that could be an argument that the sun is younger than what the secular scientists were saying.
But then they did a lot of creationist research, and they discovered
Creationist research. They read their book.
discovered-
They read their
yeah.
book quite deeply.
There's just no way the sun could be that old. It'd run out of fuel.
Yeah, stars run out of fuel all the time. Once
It's
they hit
true.
iron.
But I think most creationists now agree that it's getting a big hunk of its energy from nuclear fusion. There might be a little bit of other stuff going on, but most people
Maybe.
don't.
Congratulations,
not try to
creationists
use
have
that
caught
as
up with
a
science on
young
that
universe
one- on
argument.
that one
Yeah.
matter.
Yeah.
And it's good that we can recognize those things that once were like purported as an argument.
Right.
Now we recognize, hey, no, that's not
Yeah.
an argument.
But as far as I know,
They were just bitching about science doing that. I need that.
Oh,
Where's
my
my
goodness.
button? I just had to rearrange the buttons to make room for the turtle.
You know, I'm normally a beer drinker, but I gotta have. I'm gonna maybe switch to scotch just so I have a bottle just handy off screen that I can just.
There it is.
Yeah, irony, lack of self awareness.
I mean, he's proposing this as if creation science is the one who discovered this. They did the gravitational collapse, and then they did all the creation science, and now they've discovered that they were wrong. Wow.
In other words, the scientific evidence that nuclear fusion is what's putting off all that energy was so overwhelming that they even could overcome it.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And then, of course, they had to do the post hoc, oh well, we actually knew that the entire time.
Of course.
Yeah.
It was
But
in
we
the Bible.
really didn't really understand the weak nuclear force until the 60s.
Ass is convinced.
Oh no, Aso, don't say that.
He switches back and forth all the time. It's fine. He's a switch.
Yeah,
It's
well,
very
you
much
know.
a problem for the. evolutionists. That I think that's still.
He
a
doesn't say
good argument.
evolutionists. It was evolutionists.
Yeah. But as far as I know, the young faint sun paradox is very much a problem for the evolutionists. That
What
I
does
think
it have to
that's
do with
still a good
evolution?
argument.
Yeah.
What's Dr. Tour? What's the relationship here?
I mean, he does work for the Creationist Institute, so I mean, it's like evolutionists. That's the number one enemy here.
I mean, it may as well be synonymous with atheist at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't bring up the geologists.
Ember will tell you that on last night's Bad Science Sunday, there was a Mormon who was making a very broad analogy for the Trinity, which is not really fundamental to Mormon doctrine, but nevertheless, the Trinity and the proton, neutron, and electron, which of course are not fundamental, not fundamental particles in current theory. So my question was, is God in fact a top, a bottom, a strange, or what's the fourth quark?
There's 6. It's top, bottom, up, down, strange, and charm.
Yeah. So is God charm, top, bottom, or strange? And I put that poll out, and most everybody thought, I would have thought top, if to be perfectly biblical about it.
Top.
But strange work, strange one, but anyway, these fucking people.
Yes.
So we're talking about sun.
God is a neutron, Jesus is a proton, and electron is the Holy Ghost. That's why I made the Holy. This ghost actually has holes in him. He's the Holy Ghost, and that's why I added that one to my thing. Now I have the power of the one electron.
Well, our sun.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, what have you done?
I can't believe I've done this.
You hit a button.
In particular, let's talk about how it compares to other suns, because we know that there are other planets out there, other stars. And again, I'm not an astronomer. Are there other stars out?
He's no astronomer, but he believes that there are other stars out there.
Yeah, but ours is special.
It's controversial.
It is.
That are
it is
similar.
It's not just the flat earthers, although there's a huge amount of overlap between the two groups. There are a lot of young earth creationists, Kent Hovind, for example, who think that the stars are just painted onto the dome over the earth.
Kent Hovind thinks that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my
that's
really?
his
Yeah,
flood
he's
theory.
he's a firmament guy. He's totally a firmament dude.
He thinks it's silly to believe the earth is flat, but there's definitely a dome. That's where all the waters came from during the big old flood.
I'm like both surprised and not surprised.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes.
To our sun.
I'm gonna do the Ken Ovens thing and go.
Buy my DVDs.
People, seriously, these people. They're just really.
I actually have a photo of the dome.
Yes, you do. I've seen it. You shared that with me in the past.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been very popular for people to denigrate the sun and say it's just a mediocre average ho-hum star. And even Carl Sagan said stuff like that. But what they're finding out, though, is there are a lot of stars out there.
What was that?
It's
He says we're denigrating this. We're denigrating the sun by calling it average, normal. Like we've looked at so many stars and we go, oh, we see a common pattern and our sun seems to fit this pattern. That's not denigrating something.
I actually want to say that this is somewhat of a This is a reflection of a worldview where where average, for people who take this point of view, is average is an insult.
Yeah.
And
needs to be the
it's a
most
worldview that basically says that if you're above average, then there's something going on. If you're below average, then there's something going on, and that simply average is an insult. And all the glory to God. And what does that tell me about the way you view our position? You have to be the cock of the walk. You have to be at the top of the food chain. You have to be the best in the universe. You might as well say we are the center of the universe, when in fact that's absolute garbage, and we ought to have a little bit more humbleness. This is the thing that drives me nuts about particularly this fundamentalist worldview, that you need to be the center of the universe by the grace of God. And it's just, this is a project that has been thoroughly dismantled since the 15th fucking century. I mean, people say they want to bring us back to the 1950s. No, they want to bring us back to before Galileo.
Nara, can you zoom in on Ember's thumbnail for a moment?
Shit.
Making Nara
Is
do
that too
all
much to
kinds of
ask?
StreamYard tricks. Yeah, so our son is just about near the pretty much the middle of the main sequence. It's on straddling the line between a class F and class G star. It's on the yellow side of average. It's
Our
slightly
son is
cooler.
Average. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Our son is not
6,000.
Go ahead.
6,000 Kelvin.
Our son is not a
That's-
C. Our son is not a C student. Our son is just average. That's
Yeah.
what it basically is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, he's playing to those Christian emotions of exceptionalism, specialness.
It's persecution to say we're not the most specialist.
Yeah.
That are similar to our sun in size and color. But those stars can give off violent blast of radiation, what we call super flares, every 100 years. And if that were to happen here to us on Earth, let's just say
That's true. Every single star in the known universe gives off a blast of solar flares every 100 years.
Yeah, exactly. Like
that is
Yep.
accurate.
That's just a known fact.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, even I know that. I don't know how to get Ember's picture onto the main screen, but I do know this.
it would ruin everybody's day.
We'd have a big old barbecue.
We have a big problem, okay? So the sun, even the secular astronomers are now starting to recognize the sun in some ways is exceptional. It's more stable than other stars that are comparable to it that we see in other places in the universe.
Now that's actually true, but we have a pretty good idea of why. Because our planetary arrangement is a little bit different than many other systems that we observe. You've probably heard of the super Jupiters that are like stupidly close to their stars. Those stars are a little bit more active because there's something bigger than fucking Jupiter closer than Mercury gravitationally tugging on them. Holy crap, I wonder why they might be less stable. Ours, on the other hand, has our planets are set up in such a way, and not to give the creationists fuel, but there's a harmonic resonance to the orbits. And where Jupiter happens to be, and with the mass distribution of the other gas giants further out in the system, it actually kind of creates a gravitational stabilizing effect on the sun. It's almost as stable as it would be if it didn't have any planets yanking it around.
Yeah, and his again, he's appealing to sorry, I was getting late, so my train of thought. He's appealing to these basically like he's appealing to like the roll of the die and basically saying, wow, we got these like just right circumstances for us to be here. And yeah, the circumstances are accommodating for life to be here. That might be a very rare thing in the universe. But if it happens, it's going to happen. And then the life that forms there will sit back and say, wow, look how exceptional our situation is. The planets that don't have those exceptional situations won't develop life, and there'll be no one there to notice how the place is unexceptional. So by sitting back and finding little, details about, wow, this is just right for us, or wow, this is just right for us, it doesn't add anything to the argument, because of course those things have to be that way for us to be here for that. Yeah, it's just an appeal to special design that just falls flat in his face if you think about it for more than 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. As
And
Jimmy is
even if he's right, and even if he's correct, his book tells him we should stop looking and start praying. And that it's just the denigration of the scientific project is the thing that I find tremendously sad, because at every step, is whether it's about climate change, well, yeah, this has impacts. If we shove, I would think that a Christian commanded to be a steward of the earth would think that polluting the atmosphere to the point where everybody dies would be a bad thing to do. I mean, there are places within even these texts that say this guy's outlook is wrong, especially when it comes to, if we're commanded to have dominion, then wouldn't it be wise for us to, having eaten of the tree of knowledge, try to acquire knowledge enough to know not to do evil? And it seems like that this guy just basically wants to give up on that project.
It's all been figured out already.
Yeah, because it's all been figured out and it's all in God's plan. And why should we do anything on account of the fact that Jesus is coming from the sky to sort everything out and have 1,000-year reign of grace before everybody goes to blah, blah, blah. It's just, and that's what they're fighting for. And what we're fighting for is trying to actually carry out the project of knowledge and learning more about stuff. And if it turns out we're unique, well, that's curious. And that is a question. It's like, how did that happen? Maybe it's just shit luck. Or maybe it's God. But you can't.
Who's to say?
You can't cut it off and say, stop looking, because it's all written down in this book over here. That's the thing that drives me crazy about the whole thing. I mean, I'm an atheist. I don't believe that it is God, but something shows up and says, yeah, there's an intentional force in the universe. It's got to be something. It's something of a deistic nature, like it got started. But I don't see that I don't see a place in science for a personal deity, except insofar as you can, as you can interpret the universe as a whole as being causal to itself. In which case, that's kind of the Gaia thing, right? It is what it is. And I think what we try to do is try to get to know what is, rather than necessarily, we don't need to posit the it behind all of that. We don't need to have a presumption that there is an entity behind all of that. We just simply investigate it and find out what it is. Then that's maybe, and eventually, really, it's us in that project. So it's like, these fuck faces, they wanted to be something else. They wanted to, it's this thing. Fuck that noise.
And so, of course, that shouldn't surprise us because God designed it with us in mind.
Right.
Yeah.
Do we know what it is about the sun that makes it so stable?
I don't know if we do. I don't know if it's obvious why the sun is so much more stable.
God
compared
magic,
to these other
obviously.
stars, because these other stars are similar.
It's God magic.
Right.
But it is. I mean, we know that it's very stable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what is the sun made of? Like
Basically hydrogen and helium. And there's
Okay.
some other trace elements in there, but it's mainly hydrogen and helium.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how does that work together to create what we have? Like, how does it produce heat and light?
The energy is coming from what they call nuclear fusion, where you have hydrogen atoms combining to form helium, and there's energy liberated.
This is a
in
question that should have been at
process
the beginning of the video because they already talked about all this. Now they're explaining it. That's okay. Whatever.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
And that's what powers
What
the
they
sun.
call.
Yeah,
I caught that too.
that's actually a good observation. What they call.
Yeah, what they call.
claim.
But then, just in the last segment,
Yeah.
the they was him.
Yeah.
He made the claim that they were the ones that discovered it. And
That-
that's what they call nuclear.
I wonder if that kind of betrays like he might have like an alternate explanation that he thinks is true that he's not presenting here. Could it be that this guy doesn't believe that nuclear fusion is actually occurring in the sun? Maybe.
No, I think he does
tone-
believe it, but he did.
But the way he's on framing it though, he should just own it and say, yeah, it's nuclear fusion. Why does he always frame it as what they call, what they say, what they claim?
NASA.
Like it's like he's maybe okay, so maybe he does believe nuclear fusions occur in the sun, but he doesn't want to own it to the point where he's in alignment with his opponent.
Putting
He wants
some distance.
He wants a healthy distance between
Yeah.
those dastardly secular scientists and creationism.
And God's own science.
Yeah. Okay. Speculation. I don't
So,
know what's going on in his brain. So it's speculation.
Yeah, I don't know if that's terribly exciting, but that's basically what's going
It's
on.
really
If
fucking
you're
exciting.
a nuclear physicist, that
Right.
could be very exciting.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so what we see then, instead of billions of years, we see that there's pretty ample evidence, or at least ample reason to believe that
God,
the
I
sun
need
is
to know how
not
this guy
billions-
actually makes his living because, oh, Jesus Christ. Where does he
works at the
work?
Institute for Creation Research. He's their resident physicist.
Yeah, he was the researcher and physicist for the Institution of Creation Research.
So he's
World
never
renowned.
had a real job then.
Well,
We're
aside
saying.
from his degrees, it's hard to find any actual info on this dude.
Where did he get his degree from?
His undergrad was Texas A&M, and his PhD is from the University of Texas at Dallas.
God.
Optics was his specialization at A&M, but I can't find a fucking thing on his dissertation.
I'm sure he had a
Okay.
good time taking all those exams and writing the answers that he thought that his professors wanted to hear. Something,
So,
something,
but,
lying.
all right,
God
so-
frowns on lying, right? Did you lie in those exam answers there, buddy? Did you deceive the professor to think that? I don't know.
Well, it's like optics is not exactly. It's all right. Well, if he got his doctorate in,
Can you rewind it about 10 seconds? Because they're starting to wrap up, and this guy here that we're looking at, I think he just tried to frame
Years old.
the evidence just given as ample evidence.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
I
let's
think he
listen to
said
that again.
there's good evidence, and then he kind of switched it to at least good reason.
Yeah.
Basically, what's going on?
Hey,
yes.
if you're a nuclear physicist, that
Right.
could be very exciting.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so what we see then, instead of billions of years, we see that there's pretty ample evidence, or at least ample reason to believe that the sun is not billions of
Right.
years old. Instead, it's just a few thousand. Do you
Yeah.
Right there.
Ample evidence.
Right there.
Show, present, give.
Yeah, let's see it.
He's also setting up a false dichotomy here. It's not billions of years or 6,000 years. It's billions of
Indeed.
years or not billions of years. So the only evidence they put forward was, we have a book that says this, 6,000 years.
Correct.
And then he's like, the scientists say this other thing, and he's trying to set up this dichotomy of, hey, we threw enough doubt on what the scientists are saying, so you can go ahead and just accept our version, and hey, we're done. Yeah.
So
Well, that's
his,
that's kind of the name of the game.
Yeah.
his
Yeah,
earliest
it's always-
published paper
I
is
called-
from 2013, and it was in the Journal of Creation.
Yeah.
Okay. In other words, he's a quack.
Other creationist shills like Jonathan McClatchy does this as well. They'll try to paint this dichotomy of creation versus evolution, or in this guy's case here, this is 4.5 billion year old sun Earth to 6,000 year old sun and Earth, trying to paint these either or propositions. And if they can get you to accept that, then at that point, all they got to do is make you doubt what the scientists say enough. And then, hey, my answer is automatically right. I don't need to justify my position. I just need to prove the other position, throw enough down the other position, prove it false enough where you'll just accept mine automatically because of that false dichotomy, because of that either or fallacy that they're trying to sneak in there.
Do you have
love it when
any
they double up
major
on bullshit.
closing thoughts here? Anything you'd like to share with our viewers about that big old ball of gas in the sky?
Well, one thing that comes to mind is that you will often hear evolutionists say that the sun is the source of all life on Earth. And as Christians, that's just, we object to that. That's wrong. Okay. It's not. God is the source of all life. And it may, people often ask, well, why
how
did he
silly of us. How silly of us. Obviously, it's God radiating photons down on us.
Yeah. Yeah. Who says that the sun is the source of all life on the planet? Like, that's a weird way to phrase it. The sun's
Well, the
obviously
evolutionists.
it's a critical component of the process to create and sustain life, but it's not the source of it, right? Because like the
Conceivably.
elements that form that accretion disk that eventually formed our planet, the carbon, the iron, the gold, other things, those are all formed in other stars that have done their processing of hydrogen into heavier elements, and then supernova, and like all that comes from other places. The sun is just the heat lamp that's pointed at us right now, that's pumping energy into the system and turning all those enriched ingredients into what we are today. The sun's a critical component of it, but it's not the source of it, right? Like the carbon in our bodies right now did not come from our sun. It came from some other sun.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, and that's again a reflection of the complexities that we're dealing with here, and the subtleties, and
we don't like complexity.
that Christians tend to be, or some Christians, not all Christians, etc., and so forth. Some people, I would say, some people of limited mindset seem incapable of grasping. People want to put things into boxes. It's either God or it's Darwin, or it's this or it's that, and it's just these are nonsenses, because who would think? Would he think that okay, if there was no sun, but we were a rocky planet with volcanic activity, and heat and chemical processes created life undersea. There was life undersea fueled by the interactions of hydrogen sulfide and protobiological molecules undependent upon solar radiation, and that spawned a whole clade of life that existed in these oceans in the absence of a star at all. Is that the source of all life? I mean, the sun is the source of the life we observe. We would not be here if there wasn't solar radiation, and if there wasn't an atmosphere, and if we didn't have a magnetosphere protecting us from harmful solar radiation that would be deleterious to our form of life. But it's like, what is life? If life by volcanic vent is life, then it's not. Then the sun's not essential to that life, but sure as fuck is to our lives. I mean, look at the trees.
Yeah. I was up to this point.
You can't look at them without the fucking sun.
Up to this point, I was relatively okay with how he
In
was
many
presenting.
ways, they wouldn't be there, and you couldn't see them.
Yeah. Up to this point, I've been pretty good with the way this guy represented like actual scientists, but he just made a fairly bad straw man right there, is what I was pointing out.
He wait till day 4 to create the sun, and it may be that he was making a theological point about the fact that he is the ultimate source of life, not the sun itself. In fact, we read, in Revelation, when the Lord comes back, it says the sun's going to go dark and the moon is going to turn to blood. And yet people are still going to be here. When it says it goes dark, I don't know exactly. Does that mean we're just not? I don't know. I don't know exactly
There's
what
a
that means.
little bit left to interpretation there.
Yeah, I mean, does it mean there's
Just a little bit. Just
See,
a little bit left to interpretation
The
there.
shame this guy didn't elaborate, maybe drop some of the useless portions of the Bible.
Well, no, I mean, by and large, it's pretty much all figured out. There's a little bit of wiggle room for interpretation in the Bible. Just a little bit.
There's no light at all
Yeah,
coming
just
from it? Does it mean that there's enough life to support life on Earth, but it's not enough to give us light during the daytime? I don't know. I don't know what that means exactly, but I think it's interesting that the Bible says that's going to happen, and yet there's still going to be people here. So ultimately, God is the ultimate source of life, not the sun. And as Christians, we ought to remember that and not go in and accept these casual claims that really attribute life to the sun rather than to God.
Right.
Straw man.
That actually brings up an interesting thought that a lot of ancient cultures actually did worship the sun.
Oh yeah.
And that's just interesting to think about there.
Well, it's interesting, in the Bible, in the Genesis account of creation, it doesn't even call it God. It just says it's the greater light.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost as if the Lord is downplaying it a little bit.
Right.
Yeah.
And then
Calling
works
it the
in tandem with
greater
the
light is
signs.
downplaying it.
or the writer of Genesis was an ignorant, savage, ancient human.
No.
I don't really think the writer of Genesis was an ignorant, savage, ancient human.
I mean, he could write.
Relative to us today.
But it's people do what they can do, but it's like people can also learn and not be entirely dependent on the dictates of the scribes and the priests and the people that want to retard the advancement of progress in some way or another. I mean, it's like, why hold us back? Why hold us back from investigating what is real?
Thinking is hard and scary.
I mean,
thinking is hard and scary. That's why
thinking is hard and scary, and departing from what you're taught is hard and scary.
And you want to have this special knowledge and be right and be one of the select chosen righteous people that are on God's side, and all of that. Plus death is scary, and also Pascal's wager, you could go to hell if you doubt. And also there's this whole social parasitism, like the funding for organizations like these, they prey on people. They're invested in getting people to continue to believe, so the money keeps rolling in. They don't care that it's holding back society. This is what they have to suck the blood.
Yeah, that's absolutely where I was about to go with that too. Ember, you read my mind. It's one half of it
Prophecy.
It is really hard. It is hard for people to take a moment to think, really doubt or just examine their deeply held beliefs. It's hard and difficult to do that. It's even hard and difficult for me. I've many times it's very easy to just not think about things and just move on, because it's tough. It's a hard thing to get over. That's one side of it. And then the other side are the ones that are holding the Bibles, that are at the pulpits, the ones that are preaching to their flocks, the ones that are generating money and funding with their institutes. They want to maintain that control and that power, and that's why they are discouraging inquiry. That's why they are casting the other side in such a bad light and straw manning them and misrepresenting facts. Is because they don't want to lose that power. They don't want to lose that money. If you have money and power, you're much safer. All the way back down, back in ancient times, if you got the money and your power, you're much safer than the one who doesn't. So it's kind of like a feedback loop. It's just feeding back on itself, and it's just like it's a hard thing to break.
Why does it have to be? Yeah, but what is my question is, why does it have to be the people that are standing in the way of progress that are standing in the pulpits at the same time? It's not always that way.
I honestly think,
I mean, there are,
not to get political, but I honestly think that it comes down to, which I think is one of the driving forces behind political conservatism. Change is bad. When you are part of a system, you are benefiting from that system. You want that system to stay the same for the most part because you're benefiting from it.
Mm-hmm.
Changes can introduce instability. Changes can knock you off your privileged perch. It could upend the whole thing, and you'll lose whatever you're gaining benefits out of. So keeping things the same, keeping them static, is good for those who are already benefiting from this. And I think that's a main driving force behind like things like social conservatism and such, is that the people in charge do not want that change to upend their privileged positions. And the same thing with religious leaders. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
Because religious leaders are part of that, and you're absolutely right.
Well, it is fascinating. It is necessary for life. We do need it. We weren't there. Do you think that maybe before the sun was created on day 4, where do you, I mean, I've heard that, light was from God himself at that point.
This is going to be.
Well, I mean, there was light. I mean, in fact, God said, "Let there be light" on day 1, and a lot of people say, "Well, how can you have nighttime and daytime if the sun had not yet been created?" Well, as long as you've got a rotating globe and there's light coming from a particular direction, you've got a daytime-night cycle. It doesn't matter.
I've got
where was
the
that light
answer.
coming
It's
from?
in the I've got the answer. It's in
Yeah.
the Silmarillion. You know, it's in this book that's green and therefore it's transparent. It came from the two trees.
Yeah, I wanna listen to that one more time.
And, a lot of people say, well, how can you have nighttime and daytime if the sun had not yet been created? Well, as long as you've got a rotating globe and there's light coming from a particular direction, you've got a daytime night cycle. It doesn't matter if the light was coming from somewhere.
But where?
Yeah. I think he's going to conveniently leave out that explanation because he doesn't
Being
have
the
one.
sun.
Or it's just self-explanatory.
Yeah, God just magicked it.
Okay, so you don't really need the sun to have that day-night cycle. You just need a rotating Earth, and you need a light coming from a particular direction.
Thank you so much for being here, Dr.
Great
Hubert.
answer.
We're so grateful that you can share that information with us. For all of our viewers and listeners,
Information?
thank you so much for tuning in. This is, of course, the.
What are you talking about? Information.
Wow.
God, these people. I swear to God.
Goodness. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and call it a night.
I think that's wise.
Yeah.
Oh, we've
Yeah,
only been going
hey.
4 hours though.
4 hours and 44 minutes I got.
Oh,
I had a
we're closing
blast.
in on 5.
Yeah, close it down in 5 hours. No, that was awesome. Thank you so much, everybody who joined the stream, everybody in
Yeah.
chat. I really appreciate it. This was fun. It was impromptu, last minute idea, and it was awesome.
Yeah, well, thanks for having us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Indeed.
Is there?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Asho has plugged all the channels in chat. I hope so. Anyway.
Yeah, it looks like he has.
Yeah, as is taking that wrench business pretty seriously.
Yeah,
That's good.
Yeah, he's doing
You need good mods. I'm telling you, if you don't have good mods on your channel, you're gonna have problems.
Yeah, I need more. Definitely still learning the YouTube creation. The YouTube creationist.
Me 3.
Yeah. Well, all right. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go ahead and end it. Take care, everybody.
Bye, folks.
Night, folks.
Bye.